morning, everyone. You should see a pop-up window that says that this meeting is being live streamed. Just click got it. And I will give hosting back to Miwako.
Yep.
All right. Good luck, everyone.
Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me okay? Oh, be quiet. Hold on 1 second. Good morning, everyone. All right, and David, Emmanuel, thank you so much for your time today. And just a quick administrative, we have time 8 minutes per student, and then we have 10 minutes to discuss, so total 18 minutes per student. So the first one is Daphne. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yes.
Okay, so make it full screen.
Sorry, it's loading. Big file. All right, is it good?
Yeah, that's good. Let's
Okay.
start. All right, thanks.
All right. So hi, everyone. My name is Daphne, and this is Hubs. So to begin, it's significant to understand the current state of downtown Los Angeles and its relation to green space. So that is extreme lack of green space in the city, and you can see our site shown in yellow that there is no green space at all on it. And taking a closer look on our site, there are unique neighborhoods that surround and offer nuance and a variety of Los Angeles culture to the site. So pink is the arts district, purple residential, orange Little Tokyo, and towards the blue lies the historical and business districts. So therefore, our master plan aims to build up that missing green space in a way that values connection at the human scale and the different cultural benefits that Los Angeles has to offer. So green space is then added through the function of a loop. So looking on to our site, 2 concentric ecological loops spread green space across the site and generate a sense of community and allow for movement between surrounding communities and within the site itself. Then hubs of various functions attached to the loops offering additional green space and functions, including, including water filtration and retention at the top, then farming and playing and relaxing, and a garden and a gather space at the very center of the master plan. So then after implementing these different hubs and loops, building footprints and sidewalks face inward towards the green spaces and create themes of connection and sustainability. So then moving on to site selection, in order to enhance this idea of gathering community, the chosen site for my urban design is within the central hub shown in pink. So then this is the insertion of the community center within that central green space. And then taking a step back and beginning at the building scheme process, the design starts with a central box in the middle of the gather hub. The box is then split into 2 different hub spaces that each have their own qualities. So this first one is a learn hub that's focused on education and library spaces. The second is the look hub, which focuses on art and gallery spaces and art studios. The 2 are then repelled from one another, which allows for the addition of a new secondary space volume And from there, these secondary volumes are then shifted horizontally to create void spaces in between the masses, and they extend beyond both sides. From there, there is a vertical shifting that allows for light and airflow, as well as the creation of varied terrace spaces next to the hubs. The forms are then slightly resized for programmatic distribution, which then takes the form in this diagram. With, to the left, art spaces in the pink, and the orange, library and educational spaces to the right, and central space is more of a public gathering with a multi-purpose room, and the top floor are more private entities like offices and conference spaces. From there, we can take a look at the vertical circulation, which begins with 2 vertical cores in either hub that are closer to the central hub space. From there, on the first floor, a spiral stair in the gallery and a central wrap stair begin on the library in the ground floor, which offers different nuance and specific atmospheres adherent to those hub spaces. So from there, this is the mezzanine floor in the library that connects to a terrace. And on the second floor is a more inhabited stair in the library and the end of the spiral in the gallery. Then third floor and the full building. And then from there, this is taking a closer look at the floor plan created from the volumetric massing. And plaza spaces are then created inside the voids between the masses themselves. These spaces are utilized for exterior programs such as a cafe, an outdoor art market, and different seating areas. Another element that enhances the idea of connectivity of the site are large movable openings like accordion doors along both axes of the building. So this allows for more fluid movement and space integration throughout, which will be described later. So then due to these varied openings and these organic plaza shapes throughout the masses, there's fluid circulation on the ground floor with major entrances in the center mass, and secondary are from the plaza spaces, and movement inside the building is organic and flowing. The same applies here on the second floor with terraces on the exterior sides and fluid movement within the interior. And then the same applies on the third floor. And then this can be demonstrated inside this inhabited axon, which visualizes the plaza space in relation to the surrounding buildings, the pathways, and the visible life created inside the building. And then shown in this roof plan, it can also help to understand the different plaza spaces, trees, and green surrounding the site and the pathways that connect to the existing buildings around. And then this is the ground floor plan, which demonstrates the fluid movement throughout the site, as well as the different hub spaces inside the hubs themselves, which create more intimate gallery spaces and study spaces throughout the site. And this program consists of gallery spaces to the left, a central lobby with a market and cafe in the middle, and public library space to the right. From there, going back to the idea of doors and experimental kinetics, this would be an example of accordion doors along the horizontal axis. And if they all were to open, it would create this kind of horizontal bar of program when that specific program is necessary or desirable. The same can apply to doors being opened inward to create these L shapes, as well as doors in the latitudinal axis create like a latitudinal bridge of program when necessary. And the same can apply if every door is open along the whole building to create this mass rectangular program that unifies the whole building together to create one hub known as Gather. So then moving back into floor plans, this is the mezzanine floor with inhabited stair and terrace all the way to the right. And then, sorry. Takes a long time. And then here is the second floor with art studio space to the left, a multi-purpose room in the middle, and a more private library to the right with computer labs and more archival books. And then from here is the third floor with more private office space to the left, looking down into the studio below, as well as a central terrace in the middle and conference and meeting spaces to the right. And then from there, here is a section cutting longitudinally east to west, looking through the gallery space and the secondary volumes that connect it with the library in the background. Taking a closer look at this section, the spiral staircase and the varied sectional qualities and the double height spaces allow for views throughout the building, which enhances the idea of art and looking. And then from there, here is a section cutting north to south through the library, specifically cutting through the inhabited stair on the mezzanine level to the second floor. And then in this section perspective, it is cutting through the library hub, looking towards the gallery without any facade detail to see how these spaces are inhabited and how they interact with one another and how individuals can move throughout the spaces. And then this next section perspective is shown with the facade detail over top, which still allows for views inside, but more nuanced with different light filtration and controlling of the light depending on the program inside. And then from there, we move into perspective views. If it loads. Sorry. Okay, so this first perspective view is a view from the first floor gallery in the look hub, looking towards the spiral staircase and the more solid slatting to the left to allow for a little bit of light to come in, and looking towards the entire rest of the building through the long hallway in the center. And then here is the view from the view from the second floor of the library. And this view looked towards this central light well core and to the mezzanine and ground floor below. This space allows for a lot of interaction with learning materials, library spaces, study spaces, interaction with one another in the hub itself. Here is a view from the terrace right outside the mezzanine of the library, looking towards the central building with the multi-purpose room and terrace at the top, as well as the other hub beyond in the distance with the different exterior views. And then here is a view of a path entering from the eastern side of the building, looking towards the open accordion doors of the secondary gallery, as well as the studio space and gallery of the hub to the right. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. Okay, and David Emmanuel, who would like to start?
I'm happy to start.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say that it's a big exercise that you guys all went through, kind of to go from that urban scale down to the architectural scale that you're here in showing us now. So I applaud you for being able to kind of sort through that. So one thing I want to say, Daphne, that I was very impressed is the way your sequencing of telling the story of your project was very clear. Like, marching through it was really, the sequencing of the way you kind of told the story and revealed the slides and everything was a really, I could follow it very easily and it was very clear. So that's super helpful. So I know it's, 9 minutes to tell a whole story about a giant urban plan that you guys came up with in a massive city like Los Angeles, and then to distill that down into architecture and put it in, and all of the thought and effort that went into this, and then to put that together in 9 minutes is no small feat. So it was very clear and concise and well thought out. So I appreciate that very much. It's hard to come and have 3 minutes to kind of comment on all of that. But, I think there's some really interesting thought in the way that you've kind of broken out your program and pulled these parts together and kind of created these plazas of areas to kind of weave in and out of the site. I guess I don't understand enough about the urban plan portion of it to kind of understand why, you know, you've selected that area of the site in that one particular area to put your building. But so I'm a little curious as to kind of know what are the thoughts that are going around? What's all the other stuff that's going around your building? Those other areas in your, if I'm looking at the site plan up in the upper left corner there, like what are the other aspects that these plazas, and I'm trying to understand how the plazas and the buildings itself are relating back to these other pieces or these blocks that you've got around your building. Can you explain a little bit about what that's all about?
So the master plan kind of consists of basically multi-use buildings that contain different like commercial or
Definitely, you want to move. Do
oh.
you want to put sheet with the master plan, maybe?
Yeah, I can. It's just really slow, but I can.
Oh, gotcha.
Basically, it's just mixed-use buildings with like commercial use on the bottom and residential use up top,
Okay.
and like varied function of educational uses, art spaces. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to want to move. And my thought process was kind of the original master plan started from these two concentric loops that contain these like green functions, and the idea that all of the buildings kind of face inward towards these loops, especially in that center loop, was the idea behind choosing the center, in that it is the gathering spot of the community and where all of these buildings face inward. And I really wanted to make this center community space a non-face building, where from each side you can enter the building with these different masses that shift, and that there is no front. It's a full experience all the way around, and you can enter from any part of the center loop. Was kind of the idea behind that.
Because some of the things that I'm really intrigued by is this sort of transparency that you're looking to create through the building. And so that's why I'm interested to understand a little bit of that, because I like this notion of the way you've kind of carved out for these plazas, for these different areas to kind of feed into it, and then a transparency through the building. And remember, here in Southern California, we have the luxury of being able to be outside 365 days a year. You know, we have 72 and sunny for 365 days. So we can really, there's a lot of programmatic elements in a community space or in gathering spaces that allow this kind of connectivity outside. So I'm very interested and intrigued by the notion of this sort of transparency that you've created in some of these axes along there to kind of pull the outside in, and kind of, so to me, that really starts to speak to how this building is looking to integrate with these other buildings that you're talking about in your master plan. So I think it's, you know, again, I think your presentation allowed, you know, was very clear in its presentation, was kind of able to articulate that in a very clear manner.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, I can go now. Yeah, beautiful work, Daphne. It was, as David said, it was really easy to follow the presentation, to understand the building itself, and it's very clear that you're very skilled in even representing, and the drawings were super beautiful, the renders. So yeah, really beautiful project. If anything, what I would like you to do is to take this project to the next step, and to show us a little bit more your attitude towards the big problem, right? When you started saying that everything is about the greenery, and how downtown lacks all this green space. My question to you is then, why is this building different to another building that would have been placed in a place with so much greenery, right? And what I'm thinking is, how does the building then touch the ground? How does the building connect to the exterior? And you've touched a little bit on that, but what I would challenge you to do is to explain all the decisions that you've made based on that premise of greenery is the most important thing. And to me, one of the things that was surprising is that if that green space is the most important thing is, and maybe one of the rules was that the building had to be in that place, but maybe David was also asking about this, but my first question was, and I'm going to try to draw here, but could your building be on a side and then the entire center of the space just be given to greenery? And to say, I'm not gonna, like, that place is, it's so special, and it's the thing that I'm going to give to the neighbors in this place, that my building is going to be eating up another concrete space and trying to maximize the green space as much as possible. Or, like, in a way, how does first of all the placement of the building respond to that, right? Because I get that you're shifting and moving, but in a way it's the same square footage of greenery that you're suppressing because of your building, right? Or is your building not like not touching the ground and elevated from the ground so that the greenery can continue? I don't know. So these are the things that are a little bit missing to me, like, how does this building respond to that? And then following with that, some of the things that I was surprised to see is, for instance, the placement of the egress stairs. In this section here, and it's going to be super tiny, but I do remember because in the biggest section, here's where you have this super beautiful section where it seems like the air wants to flow and one can move, but suddenly this huge staircase is blocking the views towards this space, right? And I mean, I don't know if you can pull this a little bit bigger. Maybe the PDF won't move, so I won't ask you to do it, but the plan is here. So, but I do wonder, for instance, if you were thinking, could you think of a way where the staircase and all the core were in the center, and then all the plates and the entire building could look around and see all the green spaces around it? So so again, I'm saying, if green is the most important thing, that every single decision should follow that, the placement of the stairs, everything. And then the last thing that I wanted to say is that if in some of the plans I saw some greenery, I think that you mentioned not a plaza, I can't remember what it was, a terrace, I think you said, that had some plants kind of drawn in the plan, but then I couldn't see them in the renders inside the building. So the other thing that I would like to see is, how does the greenery penetrate inside the building? David said that in LA buildings can be so porous. So the same way that their building can move out, I do wonder how the greenery can find its way inside the building, and how the greenery in the building can be more one like the other. Because in some ways I saw very traditional ways of thinking of buildings, and I think that in your case it's a huge challenge to think, how can a building be more green, and not green but more respectful of these very tiny green spaces that exist in LA, right? So, but don't let all these comments, I mean, these are just to make the project better. I think that the project is fantastic and it's going to look fantastic on your portfolio and everything. So these are just comments to make it better. But also, I guess that it's all about attitude. And if anything, and this goes for everyone, I think that, to me at least, it would be really helpful if everyone said because Ruben said in the presentation that you can all choose the 1/3 of the program, right? You can all say, and maybe stating that very clearly would be really helpful for us jurors. And to me, in your case, Daphne, and maybe I'm making all this up. And so if I'm not, if that's not what you wanted to do, then don't take my comments seriously. But then what is that third of the program do for the greenery, right? And these are the things that I feel you could strengthen a little bit more. But yeah, great work overall.
Thank you, Anne. Emmanuel?
Yes, Daphne, amazing work. I echo the same comments. It's great to see the development and the clarity in the presentation. I have 3 main comments for you. One is, I would suggest that you take more of a stance in terms of how you define an entrance to the building, and kind of that would, the building does have hierarchies in it, right? Like in terms of some volumes are more elevated than others. And how can you use that to, to really decide how circulation happens instead of this kind of free flowing thing that I feel that comes from my second comment, that it runs the risk of being, for an urban site and an urban master plan, right? Like it runs the risk of being kind of an object inside of a green space, a green field, right? And these comments have been mentioned already, but like it's not holding the edges really well of that green space. And I feel that, it's not necessarily that it needs to, but what you can see from, this tiny site plan or master plan that we can see here is that it's right in the middle, right? And it tells a story about the building being more important than probably the green space being used by people, right? So if that's not the case, and I'm sure that that is not the case because you're thinking of opening it up, right? The third comment is to then use your renders for that, right? Like it's you have focused on the design of the building, which is quite exquisite and well represented, but it's always looking towards it, right? So how can you use the building as a frame to look at these green spaces so that you can convince us that its placement is correct, that its connections to the adjacent buildings or to the life that you envision, to be creating here, it's actually possible, right? So I feel that if you can do that and if you can achieve it, you have the skills, right? Like it's just kind of turning the camera around, right? Like don't look at the building, look out. And I think that would strengthen the proposal. But fantastic work.
I would just want to say something super quickly, and which is that, Daphne, I thought that the first drawing that you showed of your hand-drawn loops. I'm here. The drawings that you showed of the loop that were those were fantastic, and I think that those were showing very clearly an intention and your vision of the site. I do wonder, how could you take the renders and give them that taste and make them so much more specific, where maybe we don't have to see every single detail, but maybe you drawing on top or showing the vibe that you want the building to have. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, that drawing was fantastic. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. And thank you. Oh, go ahead, David. You want to say something?
I would just make one comment too from Emmanuel's point of like kind of looking back the different vantage points. Remember too, on the edges of this site, it's like there's two arteries, incredible arteries of importance in the city of Los Angeles, the 101 freeway and the LA River. And the LA River, I mean, you could have an entire studio or entire year on the LA River and its contextual importance in the city of Los Angeles. So I think that comment of looking at it from, you really kind of, I mean, even his comment about the blurred edges, I mean, the edges of this site are really, really important. And so having those vantage point back, I think that's a really good point for you to look at, all of you to look at, in the importance of this site in its relationships to its boundaries. Very important. So.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Daphne, for excellent presentation. And it's always hard to go first. So I really appreciate that. So just to give everyone a little bit of context. So 9 minutes. So for students, so that I will give students, maybe when you are halfway, I will text you by chat. So you have some idea. And it 26 minutes we spend, so we have to go a little bit faster. But that was excellent critics comments. Thank you. And as you know, that in the first part of this exercise, students pair and develop urban design, and then after individually chose the catalyst building site. So student, it may help you set why you chose site for catalyst building for critic to grasp. And also 10,000, special program, make sure you state that. All right, thank you. Cameron, you ready?
Yes, ma'am, I sure am. All right. I will share my screen now.
Yeah, make it full screen. Yep, perfect. All right.
Could y'all see it?
Yes, looks great.
Okay,
We can start. All right.
perfect. So, hi everyone. My name is Cameron Reshore, and my project is titled The Los Angeles Cinematic Experience. Here's my table of contents. The presentation begins with 3 diagrams to briefly explain my urban design project that was completed midway through the semester. This first slide shows a blank site where downtown LA lies, only showing the existing buildings if they were necessary to remain within the site. The next slide displays the sliding grid system my partner and I formed based on the 74 by 74 foot grid system in Barcelona, Spain. On the next slide, one can see how the streets take shape within those sliding grids. Next is the initial urban design proposal site plan, followed by the urban design axonometric. The next slide shows how the west side of the site allows for a perfect place to propose an urban catalyst, which is located right here. Here's a closer look at the site with my building implemented. Just above the building is an outdoor sunken theater / plaza space. With this axonometric, it makes these spaces much more easier to see. Now here are my floor plans. There are 3 floors. As we move on to the floor plan diagrams, one can see that the ground floor is mostly used for educational purposes. So this is my first floor plan, this is my second floor plan, and this is third floor plan. Now this is where you could see the MediaTek mostly towards the west of this floor. However, the west side, I mean to the east of this floor. However, the west side of this plan includes a cafe that faces towards an outdoor walkway that runs underneath the large ramp leading towards the second floor entrance. And so this is that underneath walkway. The second floor includes gallery spaces that begins to incorporate the cinematic experience, along with spaces to showcase historic movie props and artifacts. There are lines of special program adjacent to the central lobby, which include replica movie sets to promote interaction with visitors. Towards the east of this floor, there is a large auditorium and indoor theater space. Ooh, this was the floor. I'm so sorry. I think I went too fast. Finally, the third floor is utilized mostly for administrative offices, meeting rooms, and a large multi-purpose room towards the west end. The next 2 sections show the ancillary corridors that flow vertically in 2 strips on both ends of the building. And then finally, the perspectives depict various areas of this building and site. This is the library on the first floor in the MediaTek. This is the gallery perspective within, and towards the back, you could see sort of those replica movie sets. And this is on the second floor. This is going towards the entrance, the front facade of the building. And this last perspective is sort of an elevated exterior view, showcasing the outdoor space with those sunken theater plaza spaces. And this is my section perspective. And then these are some precedents I wanted to include because they were they were a driving force definitely for this project. This is the Institute of Contemporary Art in Boston, Massachusetts. I was very lucky to have visited this past summer. This is the Catalonia Film Library in Barcelona, Spain. This is the Educatorium in Utrecht by OMA. And then this is the Academy Museum of Motion Picture in Los Angeles, California. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you so much.
Critic, who would like to start?
I'm happy to start on this one.
Okay.
Cameron, interesting location, right? This is Alameda Street, if I remember correctly, right? I see this as I mean, it's such a prominent spot, right? Like it's just the most visible point, I would say. When you're in the highway, you would probably fly by through here, or I guess be slow down depending on traffic. But on the river, not a lot of people use that as an actual pathway. So I feel that this is like the front of your site. This is your gateway, right? And if you think about it as such, I think that you are thinking about it in that way. You are giving back something to the community, to the city, right? To the residents on the street. You give them this big plaza. I think that there is an issue in the partie of the of your building, in the kind of rethinking of this as if this is meant to be for cinema and it's meant to be a spectacle for people to use, a space for people to use, I think that a simple fix to actually engage people, welcome people, and make it more prominent would have been to just invert the angle of the slope at the front. Instead of you ramping up, you ramp down and you use the building as a projection screen or something. So you have a big spectacle, you have a way to bring people and attract people to sit in this space, right? Like the city, what you're saying is that if you do that simple rearrangement, it means that people are coming in for something, for a purpose, right? And now they're looking at your building and they're looking at your site, right? The ICA and the other buildings are looking outwards in a different way, right? Like the water is the spectacle, the city is a spectacle. So like, in this case, you have a very defined and strong function that belongs to the city of Los Angeles. So to make it more believable, I would just make that switch. Your section, I think is beautiful. I would do that simple tweak, and I think that will completely reframe how you engage with the urban landscape and make it more powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Yeah, one of the things that I was, I'm a little bit, maybe it's something that I don't quite understand of the proposal, is how linear it is, and also how it looks like it's giving its back to the others, to in a way, the new planning that you are proposing, right? It's opening very much to the existing grid, but even in the plan, I didn't see any entrances from this side. I saw just that there's an entrance from this side and from this one, and it looks like, in a way, that the building is very very direct or very clear in those decisions, right? Like you're in a way negating the other two sides. You are giving a lot of prominence to this long shape, and maybe explaining those things a little bit better would help me at least to understand the rest of the decision making. I do think that there's something quite interesting about how these two buildings are lined up side by side, and even understanding how, if there's any potential connection in this direction, in thinking about them, would be something that I think would be quite interesting. One of the things that I was even in your plans, there was and I don't know if you can go back to the plans, because I have a question about something that I was pretty intrigued about. In these diagrams where you were showing the program, yeah, these ones. What are these lines up here?
That is, so one of my precedents, it was actually the Catalonia Film Library. On the plan diagrams, they sort of had this like, I tried to sort of like replicate it in a way.
I see. I thought
yeah.
that I was talking about a section or something like that. Maybe that was going to be the elevation or the section, or and that got me very intrigued. And then when I saw a flat roof, I don't know if you can go back to the last slide. In a way, maybe what I'm saying is that it's a very long, very flat. I know that it's not flat, and I think that what you're doing in section is quite interesting, that wrapping of the section. But as you see, for instance, in this building, there's a lot of playfulness in the roof, and I do think that there's an opportunity for you to think about the roof a little bit more creatively, either to use it as another space, but it looks like you already have a lot of flat space around you, so I don't think that maybe making this roof a walkable surface would make a lot of sense. But maybe thinking about it more creatively, because you have so much flat surface, so much linear spaces, that maybe that's something that your building could benefit of. But again, maybe making some more diagrams of why your building is so linear and so giving so much prominence to this side. I think that maybe that's a drawing that I would welcome you to do.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree a lot with the comments that are made. My biggest question is I'm putting myself here on Alameda. You know, I've been down here so many times, and I'm familiar with the site and the area. I'm just not sure why your building is in its location. So I'd love to understand a little bit more why this corner of the site, why the sort of linear strips. I mean, even in your precedents, there's something again about the other edge of this site, that's the LA River, that there's an opportunity here that I think that you're building, and the way you've kind of, I mean, I really appreciate the section. I like how this thing is kind of unfolding itself out, if you will, into this plaza that's sort of this outdoor amphitheater. I'm just not sure why it wants to be there at Alameda. I'm confused about that. I almost want you to flip the whole site and have your building do this and embrace the river. And I think that's sort of, like I said, there's a whole semester that could be discussed on the LA River, but it's an important piece, and it has been so neglected in its fabric and its weaving in Los Angeles, that this buildings like this and opportunities like this could engage that riverfront and start to revitalize that, which is in such need in Los Angeles. And so again, I see so much more prominence about that piece and your site, and that this investigation could help that. And I'm confused as to why this thing is unfolding itself to the city right here at this corner of Alameda. It just, again, I mean, in my own experience of that artery in the city, I'm not sure about it. And so that's my biggest challenge with this, is I'd love to understand more a little bit why this corner of the site, why you kind of did a, division of linear strips here. I think there's some elegance in your building and this section. I love the ribbon feeling. I think that there's some interesting aspects of that. I think my biggest challenge, or what I want to learn more about, is why it's here and maybe not, again, exactly mirrored and unfolding itself out to the river.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very, I don't know, it's some great advice. So I really appreciate it.
And I say this with everyone. I know that all of this is a lot of stuff that you guys are working through in a relatively short amount of time. I mean, you're tackling some very large urban issues in a place that you're learning about, that you don't know all of the nuances and things about this fantastic city, and then to kind of fold that down and distill it into a building. There's a lot of challenges to be tackling. So I think, the comments that we're making, I think as Anne said earlier, these are things that, again, we're doing it in a very short time, and learning about your project, and all of that went into it in a very short time. So I think these are questions that we're just, are things for you to think about, so that as you're, continuing to expand on your ideas, you're focusing on some of these things.
Thank you, David. Cameron, do you have any final word? You're good?
I think I'm good. Just thank you all so much. I really appreciate all the insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Like a critic said, it's been a long journey, and it's all the students have really spent a lot of time to get here. Thank you, Cameron.
Thank you.
Okay. Isabel?
Hi.
Hi.
Share my screen. Everyone's there?
Yeah, looks great. Please start.
Hi, I'm Isabel. And Locale is my project. It is an art gallery. This is what I will be discussing today. So our site is located in downtown Los Angeles. This diagram illustrates the various districts in the area. As you can see, our site resides in the upper portion of the art district. This is the original site layout I worked on with my partner for the previous assignment. We focused on mobility, connection, and creating common areas such as plazas and green space for residents to interact. This is the revised site layout for this project. As you can see, I combined the two plazas near the preserved warehouse to form a larger and more central plaza. This is my previous site plan for our last project. We mixed residential housing, commercial and retail programming, and community centers throughout the site. And this is my revised site plan. I placed my art gallery on the new plaza and added additional green spaces and a sculpture garden scattered throughout the plaza. And then this is it, just more zoomed in. Here's an axon of my site plan and an axon focused more on my building. And this is an exploded axon of my building, so that you can clearly see each floor. So this is a diagrammatic plan of my building. I started with the shape of my building and added a balcony that wraps around. Next, I placed my cores at opposite ends of the space. Both cores contain stairs and elevators, while only one of the cores contains the restrooms. From there, I created a core corridor that will be mimicked on each floor. Each floor has unique voids in the corridor. Next, I created two distinctive spaces for programming. The two spaces are the same width, but space A is wider. I was able to create a few different floor plan varieties while keeping the same structure. And then lastly, I expanded the balcony on the south side to control sunlight. The first floor is public space. It includes an entrance, a mixed use space with a double height, a cafe, a small exhibition space, as well as public computers and periodicals. The second floor is a private floor and is to be utilized primarily for employees and administration. This floor holds all the offices and conference rooms. The third floor is dedicated to bookshelves and a library space. On one side, there's a library targeted towards adults with study spaces off to the side. On the other side is a library for children with a reading area. The fourth floor is the art gallery. The gallery consists of photographs, paintings, and sculptures. This room has a double height to allow for larger sculptures to fit into the space. The corridor in the gallery is enclosed with walls to block sunlight so that pictures and paintings that are more sensitive to light can be displayed. Lastly, the fifth floor is an elevated walkway that runs through the center of the gallery. This is a perspective taken from the top floor of the art gallery. The art gallery has a double height to allow larger art pieces and sculptures to be displayed. There is also an elevated walkway that runs through the center of the gallery that also showcases art pieces and allows visitors to view the art from all angles. This is a section that cuts through the building. Here you can see the utilization of the double heights and mixed use space on the bottom and the art gallery on the top. This is a perspective looking at the art gallery from the outside. Here you can see the added green spaces, the utilization of the large plaza and the sculpture garden scattered throughout. And then this is a section that cuts through the building in the other direction. Here you can see the utilization of the double heights as well as the voids in the corridor. And then this is a perspective of the voids. In this view, you can see how the voids cut through each floor and connect all floors of the building. This is a section perspective of my building. And then this is a perspective looking at the exterior of the art gallery from the other side. You can see added green spaces and the sculpture garden as well. And these are some highlighted drawings for my project. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Critic, who would you like to start?
Maybe I can start.
Okay.
Yeah, great project. Beautiful drawings. I guess, I mean, and maybe this is also, I mean, when you show us all these projects, we all think, what would I have done if I was given the same challenge, right? So maybe sometimes we also project our own ideas into your own building. So, I mean, but one of the things that I was really intrigued is in the way that your master plan was thinking about the river and that edge, and how the edge that was, or yeah, the edge between your master plan and the river was blurred a little bit, and was using geometries that weren't so orthogonal compared to the other side of the master plan. Am I right or right? No, I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. Can you maybe show us super quickly the master plan? I don't know. It's maybe you have to go to the very first slides, but yeah, here. Yeah. I see. No, this is existing then my bad. I thought that this was you showing this edge, but I guess that your master plan shows very your master plan would end here, right? And this is your proposal. The end of your proposal is this line, and not this, the first one, or not, and not this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I see. Well, maybe that's it. I mean, I do think that in your master plan, everything is so, and in your project maybe as well, everything is pretty rigid. Everything is either inside or outside. All the floor, all the plans follow a very similar grid. And I mean, I do very much appreciate that rigidity or those rules that you have created for yourselves. I love when things repeat. I love clarity, but I'm lacking a little bit more of blurriness and a little bit more of breaking the rules that you have created for yourself. When I look at this floor plan, the things that are the master plan, these are the things that excite me a lot. Like, when are you breaking the rules, and when are the things that or what are the things that don't follow all the rules, no? And in a way, in this building here, you talked about these gardens for the art, etc. I do wonder how these things can look a little bit more blurred together or a little bit more cohesive with one another. Having said that, can you go to your plans, to your floor plans of your building, please? Sorry for all the back and forth. Yeah. So with this idea of your building, I do think that one of the benefits that you do have is that you have your cores on the sides, then a structure that is very rigid, that allows you to create floor plans that are very free, right? Like, you don't depend on the core, you don't depend on all this structure that follows here and there. So anyways, maybe my big advice is for you to follow a little, or to break a little bit more some of the rules, and to create a little bit more grace in your, everything is so black or white, in and out, all the lines are always the same. Even, can you go to the next floor? Even, yeah, here, your edge of the slab, right, is so thick, and it's in a way as if you were separating your building so much from the exterior. While if anything, I would say that this line should be thicker than this one, no? Because this is just a slab that, I mean, this one here is just a slab that is flying. The facade is here, right, on this other line, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. But when you look at the plan, it looks like it's this box that is so enclosed from its surrounding, no? But then you look at the floor to the renders, and it's actually the opposite. It's something that is very flowing. So I do think that even thinking about that in your plans would be very beneficial. And the last thing that I would say is that is if this is a gallery, I do wonder, how have you thought about the facade in the way that, how does southern looking facade, or how are southern looking facades different from east, north, or west, right? And in art galleries, lighting is so important that these are things that I would also encourage you to think about as you move along. But yeah, if anything, I would like to see more breaking of the rules and more blurring of things. So things that are inside, outside, things that are mixing the greenery with the outside. Well, because everything looks very rigid at this point. But maybe that's also good, and the project looks really beautiful. So I think that overall you've done a really good job.
Thank you, Anne. David?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some really exciting things going on in this project. I'm immediately drawn formally in some of the things. I don't know if you looked at the DWP building downtown Los Angeles. It's maybe my favorite building in Los Angeles. It's done by AC Martin, and it's just up not far from the site. And it's just a series, it's a high rise. I don't know how many floors it is, but it's just a series of planes. And it's actually really one of the most elegant modernist buildings I've ever seen. And there are some really interesting vantage points you get to it. If you get up, it's sitting on a bed of water, basically. So it's like this floating plane sitting on this water, and you can get some vantage points to it where you get, and you don't, the planes of the plane, you should look it up. The planes are kind of the walls are recessed the way you've kind of done it from these planes. So you can kind of get up, and it looks like a series of sheets of paper. It's really a fabulous building. So I think that's a precedent I would send you to look at. I mean, it's not an art gallery. It's a Department of Water and Power building. So its program is very different, but there's some early things that reminded me about this, of like the way you formally looked at it. But again, I like the rigidness that you've got here. I like what Anne was saying. Like maybe it wants to disengage itself from maybe the master plan wants to be this organic thing that is kind of flying around with this rigid building sitting on it. So again, my challenges here is I'm just sort of maybe not informed enough about why this corner of the site and why this building belongs there, how this is, how are you pulling people to this building? How are you getting people to kind of make this part of the fabric of Los Angeles and pulling people to why are people going to come to this building, and how are they going to come there? And what are you pulling this? Because I think you've got some really interesting sectional things going on and some interesting ideas as that, but I'm still kind of wondering why this building occurs here versus somewhere else on the site, and why you chose that. And then I think those are some of the things that I'm interested in understanding a little bit more. And I know, again, maybe we're focusing in on the building here, but I'm still interested in finding out why you chose here and then chose to kind of do all these rules that you've created with this sort of rigid building in this location. That's some of the things I'm interested in.
I
Thank you.
agree with the comments. I think, I mean, there's a beauty to the plan, to how clean you have been able to, and sophisticated you've been able to get it, and how beautiful the sections also become. But then, when I evaluate this as an urban catalyst, right? Like it as something that is meant to not just attract people, but like lead up to more development in the site, so the rest of the master plan can eventually happen. It feels a little shy, right? Like the rigidity of the building makes it a little shy, right? It's not in the corners, kind of tucked in. And then it's like protected by this walkway that I'm assuming you can walk on, right, Isabel?
Mhm.
Yeah. So the problem when you do that, for me, like in what you'll see in the WP building, is that I believe you don't walk on those. Those are just like thinner bands, kind of just for shading, and for that modernist look, I would assume. I think that you're at a scale, that's a higher building. You're at a scale where of course you can use it. But the problem is that then it leads up to redundancies in the plan in terms of circulation. And what I think that is the main potential of doing this is, how do you make that walkway? Maybe it's not a walkway, maybe it's something else, maybe it's a program spilling onto it, but how do you make it so integral to the functioning of the building that there's no question about whether it should have it or not, right? Like the first thing I wanted to do is just take it out, but then like that's the wrong thing. Like, you should not be able to, right? So how can these conference rooms and these offices make use of this space, make use of the beautiful weather of Los Angeles, and the fact that it is protected as well, right? Like, you have a roof over the walkway as well because of the next floor. So technically circulation, right, like could be out there as well, like, and then you get rid of any kind of interior hallway, right? Like, I feel that kind of statement and that kind of positioning was kind of needed, to make it less shy, right? Like to say like, hey, life happens outside of this building. You will always see it. You always see someone walking, right? So I don't know. I would take it in that direction. That's my opinion.
Which I think is a really interesting thing, because all of a sudden, if that circulation is really deliberate on the outside, there is also then a blurring of the rigidity, because now the patrons and the people are starting to engage with the plazas in a different way on all four sides. So there is something that could be even reinforced even more if that's a really deliberate part of the scheme. I think there could be some really interesting things of the way that circulation, if you're very deliberate about that on the perimeter, is on all four sides engaging in all of these four boundaries of this profound site, and then why, reinforcing why you've put the building here, why you've diagrammed it that way. I mean, I think there's some really interesting discourse right there.
Great.
But yeah,
Thank you.
great work.
Thank you. Isabel, do you have any final word you want to share, or you're good?
I'm good. Thank you for your feedback, though. I agree with a lot of things you guys said.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. Saskia.
Hi. Okay. Let me screen share. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yep. Make sure you make full screen. Yep. So looks good.
Okay, so hey, my name is Saskia, and my project is called Exhibit O. So the building complex that Exhibit O resides in is arranged into an L shape, with its first floor scooped out to make room for a marketplace. It uses vegetation along its roads as a buffer against urban life disruptions like noise pollution. And the complex road systems loop through its building organization and can be closed off from traffic to enlarge the marketplace. This is done with the intention of linking open space to the scooped out marketplace. Exhibit O is on the, hold on. Exhibit O is on the west side of the building complex, across the street from the main mass of buildings and right off of North Alameda Street, so that it's visible from a highly trafficked area. The structure of the building is made up of 4 platforms that are connected. Hold on, sorry, I think I lost my place. Okay, so the exhibit, okay, so the structure of the building is made up of 4 platforms that are connected floor to ceiling by pillars. The exhibit draws from several of its complex's ideas, one being the transparent first floor. This links the exhibit with the marketplace. Another shared detail is the organic noise buffer. It uses trees to line its flank and muffle traffic noises from Alameda Street. Additionally, the Exhibit O building itself works as a buffer since its courtyard and rooftop gardens are lined with vegetative buffers. The building floors are subdivided into 2 main categories. The first floor is mainly exhibit space. The second floor is mostly a library, and the third floor is also exhibit space. To enter the building, there are 3 doors that can be used as both exits and entrances. Once inside, there are a total of 4 staircases and 2 elevators leading from the first floor. The most ornamental staircase is at the back of the building on the northernmost wall. Then there are 2 cores on either side of the exhibit, which are where 2 other staircases, the 2 elevators, and restrooms have been placed. Toward the back of the courtyard, there's a separate staircase for the business wing of the building. That entrance may be used by office workers, meeting attendees, or even those simply interested in using facilities like the woodworking shop or tech lab. So here's the zoomed in plan. You can clearly see the large amounts of open space, exhibit space, and the long primary staircase at the back of the building. In this second floor plan, you can see the double height ceiling that allows room for hung art. A catwalk runs along the landing of the second floor, leading to the library and study rooms on either end. You can also clearly see the offices and other facilities tucked in at the opposite ends of the public area. Here's what the organization of these rooms would look like in plan, in section. On the third floor is a painting gallery. Once past the stair landing, the gallery itself has no windows on the south end, and another wall blocking most northern light as well in the direction. Then on the same floor of the painting gallery is the rooftop sculpture garden. This area is equipped with plenty of benches to sit and displays the project's recurrent plant buffer theme. The staircase to the offices does not reach up to the 3rd story. Here's what the building looks like being used. To the left of the building with the double height ceiling, to the right, you can see how visitors would enter into the building where they would buy their tickets and how they would travel up to the second half of the art exhibit. In this section, you can see how the library and exhibit building shapes are interlocked. You can also see how the double height ceilings would be used to hang large art pieces. Here's what the facade will look like, with the building's signature mesh being more translucent at night and allowing passerbys to see the art inside. You can also see how the original complex's method of scooping out the first floor is applied. This perspective shows how it would look to peer down into the courtyard from the rooftop garden, or to get a sneak peek at the sculptures you haven't passed yet. Here is a series of perspectives taken from the same location at different floors. This is the first floor. Here is the second floor catwalk that leads to the libraries, and here's the painting gallery with access to the rooftop garden. And here is the last drawing, which clearly shows how the galleries are organized on both exhibit floors.
Thank you, Saskia. Critic, you would like to start?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
David, you ready?
Sure. Is this a partial section drawing? Is that what I'm looking at here?
Yeah, it's it's kind of like my initial interpretation of a section perspective. I think that was
Okay.
it, what it was called. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a partial section axon. Okay, I just wanted to kind of understand that a little bit. So I think there's some interesting aspects. I think there's some interesting. I like the courtyard component of this building. I think there's something really intriguing about that, about this sort of internal space as the, you know, architecture, your architecture becomes the backdrop for this space, which I think is really interesting. I'm just, I think some of the questions I have is how this is really relating back to the city. Like there was a perspective that you had with Los Angeles in the background. I'm concerned that this building, in its desire to kind of internalize itself, has it turned its back a little bit on the city and really kind of made its experience internal rather than, and that's okay. I'm not necessarily saying that's right or wrong. I'm just commenting on it because I'm just wondering how, you know, how this building is really relating back to the city of Los Angeles. And again, comes back to a little bit of my comment of like, okay, so why here in this particular location on this site? And how is it speaking to the city? How is it integrating into the fabric of the city? I think that's my challenge. I'm a little concerned. I like the elevated plane that you've kind of created, but I'm a little concerned about those spaces below. I'm concerned about them from a light perspective, and what are those spaces going to feel like? What are you using them for? Is that part of like how you're trying to let that flow, you know, the city flow into the courtyard there? But I'm a little concerned about those. So, you know, I think that there's some interesting things that you've got going on with the skin. I would like to learn a little bit more about that, because I think that there's some dynamic aspects of that. Again, I'm just concerned about how it's relating back to the city and how it's really, why is this building here versus somewhere else? Not just in the site, but why, you know, what makes it unique to its site for Los Angeles?
I can explain how it relates to the site.
Yeah.
It relates to the site in terms of how it, like that bottom floor is scooped out. It's in close proximity to Mocha, so it creates kind of like a little hub of galleries, which is nice. There's also that, like, an aspect, this I didn't say in this presentation, this was part of my, like, when we went more into depth with the overall complex, is that I wanted to have like a pop-up shop aspect there, and I thought maybe I could bring that in here, maybe incorporate some sort of like pop-up artist situation, but that's, yeah, makes me think.
Yeah, well, that's what it's all supposed to do, is make you think. That's the point. And you know, I think those kinds of things of creating, I mean, you're trying to make this as another destination, as you related it to Mocha. You're trying to create, you know, art as being a destination, a reason to bring people to this site, right? Which I think is great. You know, art is a connector for all of us, certainly. So how, you know, how that strengthens my point of like the importance of what this is in Los Angeles or in any place, right? The program and what you're doing to kind of bring people. And so how are you pulling people? What is the magic of this place and its site? Those are all important things. And I think, you know, you've got some, that's why I'm concerned a little bit, or questioning this sort of internal nature that you've really created in the scheme. You know, I think there's some really wonderful qualities about that, and I think can create some really interesting architectural spaces. And you know, but then I'm concerned a little bit. Is it too internal? and it's turning its back on the city? I'm not sure. Those are some questions that I'm just I'm asking here. And I don't know that they're, you know, I mean, I don't know. I'm interested to hear what the other jurors say too, but that's a little bit like, I feel like that internalism maybe is turning its back on the city a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd even say it's kind of like turning its back on the complex that I created, not just the overall city, because it has that tall. So now I'm critiquing myself. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, it's self-reflection, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
This street that is visible here, is that Almira, or is it the internal street through your complex, through your master?
That's the internal street.
That's what I thought. So Almira will be on the bottom left.
Yeah. Here, do you want me to go back to a plan?
So it's no, that's fine. I think that it's because I feel that the moves are there in some degree. I just don't know if I don't know. I have a hesitancy to seeing the stair right in the front of the only volume that touches the ground, and you giving it away so quickly and almost using it as a barrier, meaning the art is there, the stair is there, the courtyard is hidden. You have to walk around to see it. Yet on the other side, it's more elevated and potentially visible, the fact that there's a little bit of life happening inside. So what I wonder is, do you have the right move? Do you have the moves already? And if so, is it just a matter of starting to rotate until you get the right effect? So that it doesn't feel like there's a front or a back, but there's a porous bottom floor, which is what you have, right? It's just that kind of lacking of activation. I don't know if it's a sculpture that you have there. You talked about a market, right? Like, why not have more life? Like, LA is a city of markets, of farmers markets and different little things. So why not bring that life in and allow for it, build for it, right? Like, get the infrastructure in place so that those events can eventually happen. And then the rest, I think, is just a restructuring of, you know, of where the cores are positioned, so that views are still allowed to, I don't know, people can still see into the building and out of it, right? Like, I feel that they're blocking two sides in a kind of too heavy of a way, when they don't really need to, right? Like, the egress stair is probably the only thing that needs to be fireproofed. The bathrooms, you can rework that, right? So I feel that there's kind of just a little bit of detailing to bring more excitement to it.
Thank you.
I think that I will maybe echo some of the comments, but in this image, can you explain where the entrance would be, or how would one find its way to the building? Like,
so one of my approaches was to the left of the building. So I guess like the bottom left corner, there's a metro station. So I wanted it to be more like accessible through there. So what you do is you walk from the metro station to where those picnic tables are in the bottom left, and walk like into the courtyard, like underneath the building, and that's where one of the doors would be. Sorry?
Where's the main entrance? Is it on this side, or do you have to walk through this
you would
to the building?
Yeah, so the main entrance would be walking like through the courtyard, but there are also entrances on the other end. That's just, yeah.
I see. Yeah, I mean, I do have to say that your floor plans didn't get me super excited, but when I saw your sections and the elevations, those got me really excited. All the action that was happening there, and the way that you were representing the spaces, and then I could really understand very well how that courtyard was created in an upper floor and not in the ground floor, that it wasn't blocking the ways. That really convinced me, and if anything, I think that I would welcome you to think of ways to bring that energy to the floor plans as well, because the floor plans, the trees were very prominent, but the architecture itself wasn't as celebrated, I would say. But even bringing people to the floor plans and showing the art and showing all these things happening would benefit a lot, or the floor plans would benefit a lot from that. And even the way that you think of and that you represent the context. In the plans, the context was this gray concrete thing, in a way like very boring or monotonous. But even if I look at the context here, it makes me a little bit more excited. So I think that's my advice. And then I think that it's I would think of ways to celebrate the space that you've created in the ground floor. And I do wonder if all these sculptures that happen at the roof, if they could happen at the ground, and maybe you could have a system where these things could be closed at night, and maybe they could all be pulled and open during the day, and that's where your garden could be, or your sculpture garden could be. So that maybe right now, to me, maybe the ground floor plan is a little bit separated and not as celebrated as the building itself. And if this is a connector, I think that, and maybe that this is also something that all the rest of the reviewers have said, that how does the building connect a little bit more to its context, to where it's located, to how can it attract people, and why is this courtyard the way it is? And I do think that in a way, the thing that you were saying, that you were critiquing yourself, that's why these things are meant to do. I mean, this is not at any means we're thinking that you guys can make a perfect building by the end of the semester, right? Like, this is just for you to think of ways of putting a building here, and for you to keep on thinking about this. So none of this would be able to answer all these questions in the short time that you guys have. So keep on thinking about this, and I think that it has a lot of potential. So hopefully this helps.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Saskia. All right, so we have 2 more students and we have a 10 minutes break. Ben?
Hi, good morning. Let me share my screen real quick. So can everyone see this?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. It's good.
Yep, good. Great. So my project is entitled The Cultural Bridge. And so the initial urban strategy for the site was to respond to these 3 neighborhood influences that are at play: Little Tokyo to the west, the Arts District to the south, and Chinatown to the north. And the momentum of these 3 neighborhoods were carried onto the site by the imposition of these large boulevards, which you see in gray. And so the kind of overlapping of these boulevards represents the cultural intersection where the proposed building is situated in purple. And so the architecture is a cultural center which contains exhibits and ateliers for artists from Chinatown, Little Tokyo, and the Arts District. So here you can again see more clearly that site for the architecture at the crossing of these boulevards. In the beginning, we used these nearby long housing buildings shown beneath the site as precedents, where when we put in this large green space adjacent to the architecture site, we used these long buildings as retail and housing spaces which flank the large plaza. Then we compress the architectural site so that the plaza becomes a funnel shape, leading you out towards the river. And so one of the other main strategies for highlighting the impact of this cultural intersection that I spoke about earlier was to propose a large excavation that makes this kind of sloping movement down towards the site and then out towards the river, tunneling under the boulevard and the railroads. And the idea is that cultural center building would sit at the bottom of this slope, making it the center of gravity for the site. So here again, you can see in purple our building. So in plan, there's this kind of funnel-shaped sloping section of the site which leads down under the boulevard and to this cultural center, which was originally imagined to be two flanking buildings to allow a direct path through a central plaza and out to the river. But now the idea is to have the cultural center as a long and narrow building which bridges over the excavation. So again, the original idea, these two kind of parallel buildings, and the new idea, which is to have this building that bridges the gap. And so the building actually sits up against the elevated boulevard, allowing passage underneath and to the other side of the slope. And so here, the idea started with this empty site, with this slope that goes under the boulevard bridge, and then adding a hardscape for a plaza to offset the building a bit from the road and provide kind of a little distance from the street. And then blocks of program you see on the right, there are exhibit spaces accompanied by reading rooms, and these are varied vertically to provide some sectional variation. And then on the left, a large lobby and reception area on the ground floor with an auditorium space above. And then all the way to the left, an administration space, which almost acts as its own building. And then putting some vertical cores in between these blocks of program, wrapping it in a structural system, and then adding the building envelope, which includes vertical wooden screens to filter the western sunlight. And then adding some greenery and benches and things to the plaza. So as you can see, the entrance to the building is approached via this large pathway, which is a continuation of the diagonal street crossing the boulevard. The same angle is kept for a walkway cutting through the plaza on the other side of the building towards the railroad tracks. So it's if the diagonal street on the left-hand side of the building is continued and cuts through the architecture. In the axon, you can see these long flanking buildings, which I talked about earlier from the master plan, on either side of the slope leading down towards the building. So at the ground floor level, the three vertical cores divide the building into two identical exhibit spaces on the right and a larger lobby and reception area off the main entrance to the left. And then all the way on the far side, the irregular piece of geometry remaining from the path cutting through is an administrative area. Gaps in the front facade allow these little inlets which provide secondary entrances to the building off of the plaza. The second floor has a reading room space and another exhibit on the right, as well as a large sloping auditorium stair above the lobby area. And then the third floor shows that auditorium stair fully, with again a reading room and an exhibit space on the right-hand side. So cutting through the plaza, you can see the building's skin is shown with a wooden screen used to filter the sunlight, an opening strategically placed in that screen for framed views out from the building. Here are the two square modules to the right. And you can see the floor opens up to allow views of artwork from the upper levels. And you can see that condition of the gap in the floor on the second story, as well as the inhabitable space of the roof, which is accessed from the core and framed by the screen, which rises up past the third floor. Cutting through the auditorium stair now, we can see how light is allowed into the spaces via an atrium created by a gap between the stair and the front facade. And again, this is the main axonometric drawing showing how the building is offset from the street via this plaza with the sunscreen wrapped around the building. So here's how that building facade reads from the boulevard. And then the approach to the building from that diagonal street, which the entrance geometry derives from. And then a view of the entrance to the building where you can kind of look through that atrium space and see the hung open auditorium stair on the left-hand side. And then a view of that auditorium where there's this kind of diagonal wall on the stage made from that irregular geometry from the crossing street. And finally, a view of one of the exhibits where there's this void in the floor to allow large works of artwork to come up through and be seen from above. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, I would like to say that, yeah, what a beautiful project, Ben. I think that the way that you've drawn it, it shows that there's a lot of attention to detail, and that you've really been thinking about the smaller scale and the bigger scale of the building, the more technical aspects of it, even with a sense of some tectonics. Yeah, even right now, seeing this section with all these levels here, I think that it's super exciting, and things that maybe I didn't get to see in the plans. There's something that I very much like in the plans, and I don't know if you can go to the first
Yes.
to the floor plan. But I really like this idea of like the entrances that you've created. Because in a way you've created this super porous building that if you were to be outside of it, you could see all the way through. But when you enter through these more solid walls, and you cannot see through. And then you turn around and you have this clarity. These type of moments are the ones that make me think that you've really been thinking about the smaller details and in the way that the building is lived and walked. I don't quite understand how this is going to be elevated. And I mean, I really like the idea, but I don't understand if you're proposing to elevate the entire grid or if your building is the one that is elevated. But in a way, I think that placing it also strategically right close to the river, the section that you had where you were showing the river and the elevated a platform right next to it, and then the building, that also was I think very successful. And to me, it makes me very much think that the building is placed or it's starting to look as if it's placed in a way that it's meant to go there. Also, this thing that you've done where you're continuing the grid all the way into the building, I think that it shows that you've been thinking about all these details, and the building really starts to show this delicacy and these things that you've been thinking about. So yeah, it's really beautiful project.
Thank you.
I really agree. First of all, I really liked your presentation was very clear and linear in its presentation. It was very clear to follow. Somebody's, I think, needs to mute themselves or something. We're getting an echo. Somebody, okay, maybe that works. I really was very clear and able to follow how you arrived at your how you weaved in your urban plan and how that all kind of got your master plan and how it got to where you are with the building. This was the first project that I really, again, I think somebody needs to mute themselves. Maybe Ben, maybe you need to mute yourself, or that's better, maybe. It's the first project where the ground plane became something different, right? Every of the projects we've seen to up to now, we're all just sort of on this ground plane, and I really appreciated how you started to look at this in section and how it related to the river. And I think that there were some really interesting aspects of the way you thought about this funneling people into this plaza and dropping down. But I feel like the thought was really strong, and then I feel like the building kind of stopped, like the section, like your building sort of landed at the main level ground plane. And I'm interested to know more about your thought about what's going on in that plaza down below. And like, if you go to your section, there was a couple. One, the river section was really interesting. That section right there, I think this is super interesting and exciting, but I do feel like what's going on at the lower level of your building? Where down here? What's going on down here? Is this just a pass through? And like, what are you seeing at this level of the project? What are you seeing going on programmatically down at that level?
Right. It's more meant, I think, just to be a kind of softscape green space, more of a just kind of pass through to get out from the river. Like the overall like imagination was that there's this gesture from the top of the slope all the way out towards the river, and you're just kind of passing through series of hardscape under the bridge and under the building, and then to a kind of like more luscious greenscape with trees and things before you get to the railroad tracks, and then under the railroad tracks again. So it's kind of like this kind of series of events that happens. But
your main entry to the building is at this level, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That I think that's where I really love this sectional aspect and how it's connecting, I mean, to the rail line and to the river. And I love the funneling idea. I'm wondering why the building is kind of stopping at that level there. I want this thing. I almost want you to pull your entry down there. And maybe it's not that it's as your building's not solid, but it's definitely, you've definitely created these places of like apertures of where you want the street to come through and where you want entries to be. And so I don't know that it has to be so solid, but I'm also wondering maybe why that building doesn't come down and there's some engagement, a piece of it or something like that, because I think that lower plaza level is a really interesting sectional detail of engagement. And I'm curious or wondering why the building sort of stopped at that ground plane.
I don't know if it's clear from the drawing, but the vertical core actually does connect to the ground level, and that little there's a little doorway there where you can access the building, but it is a pretty minimal entry experience. So it's, yeah, I get that there should be more of a moment from the ground level. Yeah, makes sense.
I think that's a fair question, because the moment that you make such a big cut, what does that allow you to do? In your case, you made it into a dark, kind of parking lot. And I think that is, I don't know, the kind of missed opportunity of the project, right? Like you focus a lot on the lighting and how to bring light into such a narrow building where, just the porosity on the two facades already bring enough light. So like no need for atrium, right? Where you do need it is in the spaces below, right? Like below the plazas, and especially I'm concerned about, of course, this space that keeps going.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like who gets a shadow? Who gets to walk on there? Right.
Right.
Like it's an area that is already, full of homeless people.
Right.
And what are you doing in terms of that? Right. Like are you trying to create yet another overpass, another, little community in here? Instead of kind of focusing on some sort of social service, this brings me to to kind of a perpetuation of issues that I see within the city of LA. And I feel that it could have engaged more, right? Like this cut could have been an opportunity for you to design something more special with it, right? Like and make a stronger statement. Do you need those railroad tracks, or do you just get rid of them? You know, like that's the stance that you need to take, right? And how do you connect to the river? I think is an important one. You're the first one to connect so far. Great thing, but you connected through a tunnel, right? So like it's just that realization that these are is that enough? Is that enough of a connection, or does that just require a bigger restructuring of the urban fabric so that you can achieve the goal, right? And I feel that is a fair point in terms of this is an urban design. Is this part of your master plan? Should be part of your proposal, right? Why not?
Yeah.
So I will be bolder in terms of those you know, kind of connections to the city. But in terms of the building itself, I mean, there's little to say other than like, yes, a stronger connection once you create a cut in a depression. But beautifully drawn and beautifully rendered. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Ben. Great presentation. All right, last person for first part is Cigar. Are you ready?
Yeah, is this showing up? Can everyone see the screen?
Not yet.
Sorry, what?
We can't see anything.
Are you sharing screen?
Yeah. Let's try this again.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah.
All right, great. All right, so my name is Sigurd Peterson, and this is LA Craft. I'm going to start with the urban design portion, and then we'll move into more of the architectural design of this project.
Is this first screen? Did you make it first screen?
Is it not full screen?
Maybe not yet. Maybe slow connections. It's first screen on your end.
Can you see it switching between slides right now?
Not yet. Seems there is a little bit of lag. Yeah, let's reconnect again.
I'll reconnect.
Yeah, now it's first screen. Yeah. And
all
yeah,
right.
it's good.
Third time is the charm.
You may want to speak a little bit louder.
All right.
Thank you.
So, hello, my name is Sigurd Peterson, and this is LA Craft. So I'm going to start with talking about the urban design portion of this project, and then we'll move more into the architectural design. So to start off, this project, the site was located for the urban design on the intersection of very many different cultural areas. And we also noticed that with this abundance of culture came an abundance of development and a lack of green space. So we wanted to address that as well. And with the insertion into the city, we were placed at the intersection of many different city typologies as we move from the high to the low-rise regions of LA. So for our urban design, we kind of focused on a large activated funnel bridging these many areas and moving people more from the hustle and bustle of the heart of LA to the ecological heart of LA with the LA River, which we built a park upon as well, expanding upon that. We used a lot of sustainable tactics in this, mainly focusing on solar power as well as green roof and water retention qualities. And then here you can see that you can see this project in an isometric view. But now back on that city gradient, you can kind of see how the urban design fits into that and kind of melds the barrier between these two areas of the city. And zooming in, you can then see that transition from the larger building typologies to the west of the city to the LA River Park in the east. So then Here you can see kind of the central activation of that funnel leading towards the LA River Park. And then here is some experiences from that project. Here's the LA River Park. And then here's one of those roof gardens. So what I did was I took the typical massing of the site, which is a U block with a raised bar, and I placed this in the activated funnel. This bar was then splayed to match the conditions of the funnel, and then split open to match the existing site porosity and better facilitate that. The building was then cut along the existing gradient to better fit the site and the city where it was. So here you can kind of see the results of that in the plot. And then these are some massing models that I use just kind of throughout the process to better visualize the different spaces. And then here you can see the structure that was used for this project, typically 30 by 40 foot bays. And there you can see again how the structure relates to the building. And then so a large portion of this project was about giving back to the community of the site of our urban design. So there are 9 different businesses that I took back from that were on the plot that we redesigned for our urban design. This is mainly focused around Boomtown Brewery, which is a very popular spot on the site. But so all of these 3 different types of program, brewery, interactive, and education, were then consolidated into different programmatic hubs of the building. This program was then interspersed to create new experiences and interactions for the people coming into the building and kind of open them up to new ideas and experiences. Large central circulation kind of places people in the center of the action. It's used for the more active spaces, while when moving through the more packed spaces, viewers are placed on the exterior, viewing into the actions that are taking on there. So here you can see the other main aspects of circulation with 2 central fire cores, as well as large inhabited stairs, which kind of slow down the more passive spaces and open them up to the surroundings, and then experiential stairs, which can give glimpses of the action of the more interesting spaces that they lead to. So different window sizes and screen conditions are utilized in relation to the different types of program occurring in the building to kind of create different experiences for the different types of program, as well as giving the building a more unified feel and experience. And so the roof contains both solar power collectors and then rain collection, as well as the screen, which also collects rainwater, which is then filtered and used to irrigate some of the rooftop gardens used by the brewery program. And here you can see in the site plan the relation of the building to both the large activated funnel as well as the city to the left and the park to the east of the building. And then on a smaller scale, you can see the relation of the building to the site porosity and the actual items of the existing activated funnel, mainly the amphitheater. On the first floor, we can see the different hubs with the brewery focused around Boomtown Brewery, as well as the interactive and entry spaces to the west of the building, and then the library on the lower bar. And the second floor holds the bar spacing of the brewery in the north east of the program, as well as more isolated library program in one of the rooftop hops gardens, which you can see on the bottom bar. On the third floor, we are more removed from the activity of the activated funnel, and this holds more quiet program, as well as the restaurant spacing of the bar program overlooking the amphitheater. The fourth floor holds exhibition, as well as giving access to the second rooftop hops garden for the brewery spaces. And these gardens are also, as well as the brewery spaces, they're open not only to the people of Boomtown Brewery and the other businesses we brought in, but just the general public as well, kind of building into that microbrew culture of LA. And then here on the fifth floor, we can see the roof plan with access to it. And then this site section shows the general relation of the building to the site gradient, moving from that dense hustle and bustle to the open river park, as well as the underground parking that's present on the site, which provides easier access to the building and the river park. And then a closer scale, you can see the relationship between this building and the amphitheater, as well as the surrounding buildings in the background of the funnel, and kind of the different sectional qualities of the library. And in this section here, kind of zoomed in, you can really get a good idea of the education hub and the different conditions that are present within it. And then looking through the interactive and brewery hubs, we can see the different sectional qualities as they relate to more active and passive spaces, each respectively being more open and closed, as well as kind of the main central core is in the open space for the brewery. And then this section through the educational and interactive hubs, you can see how the program relates to each other and how the program is interspersed between the multiple hubs. And then here in this section perspective, we can see the two largest spaces of the both library hub and then also the brewery hub. Here we can see the building in the full site. Zooming in, get a better idea of how that relates to the plot and then the building itself. And finally, here's the experience from one of those top roofs gardens looking over towards the brewery, as well as here's the experience from that large, more open passive space of the library. And you can see also the glimpse into that experiential stair for one of the hops gardens. And then here is one of the exhibition experiences. This is a view taken from outside of the activated funnel, kind of looking onto the funnel and the building inside of it, as well as a view from the interior plaza of the courtyard of this project. And then for this project, I also took some inspiration from the James and Simon Gallery by David Chipperfield. That's all.
Thank you.
I can start if you want.
Okay.
Another, very clear presentation. I liked how you were able to take us again through that story of how you got and arrived at your scheme. Things that were really intriguing to me were, I really appreciated your sectional representation of its relationship to the city, and how, and then how you scaled your building in that. I really thought that was thoughtful in the way you made your relationships as it relates to the downtown core here, which I think is really interesting. And then the sectional relationships, as you I want to understand a little bit more. I think you're more connected to the river, and I think that's interesting. There's some areas where I wasn't clear how it's making its way under the railroad. There's parts of it that's going under the railroad into the river. I'd love to understand a little bit more of that section, but I really appreciated the way, this funnel aspect and the way you kind of organized your building to kind of make this relationship to continue to strengthen this funnel. And I think there's a really interesting aspect of the way you're pulling people through the site, and then through your building and activating that in a way that I really appreciated. I would like to understand if you can go back to some of those sections, the sections of that. You can start with this section, like this urban section that you had, I thought was really, even that axon. That one there. I'm interested in understanding, like, I really, really like the way this wedge, and now that I'm seeing this in this a little longer, I'm seeing this as it relates to, the larger master plan, which I think is really, really interesting, because I think that there's a real activation opportunity here as it cuts through. See if I can just, as it cuts through, and pulling people through the site in this way, I think there's some really, really strong aspects of that, the way you've kind of developed your master plan. And I think your building and your scheme of your building is really emphasized, those kind of transparencies and that kind of pulling and drawing of which I think is really successful in pulling the community into where your building is, activating this plaza, which then activates all the opportunities in development around it, and kind of ending at your amphitheater. And so I'm interested in knowing more about what's going on in this zone of your plan. Can you tell me a little bit more about what your thoughts are around that area? Yeah. I'm interested in knowing what's going on over here. Sorry for the X.
You're muted.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute. But yes, so the portion of the building that we're cutting through right here is actually just a recreation center that was designed for the plot, and it's focused on the more open spaces to kind of bring people in from the surroundings. And then that leads into the majority of the river park over here. So the main ways of methods of access are just kind of walking down these main pedestrian pathways we've built that go up this bridge to the river park, as well as you can move down through the underground parking, although that's more of a car access because the main funnel is not car accessible to drive through. It's just accessible to get to it by car.
So I'm very interested in that. I think that there's some really, I think that the scheme that you have overall in the master plan is really interested in its connectivity between the larger scale urban downtown core and how it connects to the river. And I think there's some really interesting connectivity pieces there that you've done. And then I think your building, I really like the kind of scale you're looking at in section as it relates to the urban core and the river. So I think he's really strong scheme. Really very interested in the way you've kind of you've worked in it. And I think I'm interested in learning more about the building, and the skin and things that you've kind of been doing there. But I think it's a really strong scheme. I really love how it relates to the site and to its surrounding context.
Thank you. Yeah, I wish I could present for another 10 minutes.
I'm sure.
Thank you, David. And Manuel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I can only applaud you for doing this amazing project. You've been able to explain from the master plan all the way to an intermediate scale, all the way to your building, and everything was very cohesive. And most importantly, everything that you were saying, it was also easy to see in the drawings, which doesn't always happen. Sometimes we say things that are hard to find in the drawings, but in your case, maybe the drawings even had more things than the ones that you were saying. The way that you draw the context, it's really, really beautiful, and with the same care that you're drawing the building itself, and that also shows that you're thinking about it. If anything, and this is this is not something that I wish I had seen up to now, but maybe things that you can think of as you continue thinking of this project is, I was really intrigued when you said that you're thinking of sustainable ways or sustainability even in your building. And in the perspective section, I could see maybe some water collection systems or cisterns, or so I know that there's some thought on those type of systems, right? Yeah, I'm talking about right, the one that you have in the middle, right? Like the water, I don't know what, right? This is a water collection system or something like that, or cistern.
Yeah, it's a collection and filtration to then re-irrigate the crops.
Right. Right. So if anything, I would encourage you to think more of those things, and how can your building be even more mindful of its context and where it's located. I think it's fantastic. I mean, maybe even the fact that there's an underground parking, maybe that's not in a way what we all love, but in a city like Los Angeles, thinking of parking is so important, right? So things like that are make me really think that you've been really thinking of the context and the building itself. And so yeah, I mean, I can only applaud you, and it looks like there's 3 people working on this, so instead of just one person. So yeah, great job, and yeah, congrats.
Yeah, he definitely does the work of 3 people, that's for sure. Something that we know, though. Sigurd, fantastic work, especially in the representation and the kind of detailing. I think that if there's something to critique in the drawings, it's always gonna be like you're aiming to do too much, and then like you just like kind of probably represented it wrong, right? Like the parking, it's not a tunnel that will happen below, but those are so minor things, right? Like that's like just things that come with experience and just looking at other buildings and how those actually behave. And then you realize that the parking is actually an extension of the building above. But that's minor. I want to talk about the bigger moves that you're doing. I find that, the funnel is a great idea for the master plan, but I think that there are, so for instance, this view, if I am not mistaken, is this what connects the funnel to the amphitheater? Like, is that an opening? And you're muted again, so.
So we're actually looking at a pavilion behind that's in the interior to the building from this view. So you would pass through the pavilion, through that center right there that you just circled, and then walking continually towards the viewer, and the amphitheater is behind the viewer. Okay,
so you would walk through that.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a view back towards downtown, I think, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So this is the funnel, right? The funnel takes you to this little doorway. And for me, that is the issue. Like the gesture, the architectural gesture could be so much more grand, because the master plan is grand, right? Like it is about these 2 diagonal cuts that are meant to, like it's even an inverted funnel. Like usually you think like you open wide where you want people to come in, and then you narrow down to something. You've inverted it. Right, you said like maybe there's not a lot of life in the city or on the street, but then I'm using that to open up and give more as they come in. So the further you're getting to the project, the more land, the more use, the more amenities that we'll get. Fantastic, right? Like sure, but then the architectural gesture feels like like I could have done more, right? Like what is that opening? How do you cross through the building? And at the end, is my reward just the amphitheater, or should that be tucked into the side and I get to see the river? Or do I get a stronger connection, right? Like another sort of landscape design that includes a connection to the river that is not the parking lot, right? Like it's above. I think that you're thinking of the design of that. But it needed, I feel, and this is probably unfair because you have a very resolved project, like the building is extremely resolved. But I guess that what I'm asking is overtaking a bit more of the landscape itself, of that surface, right? Like that that top surface that could bring in more life, right? Like I don't buy the little opening. I think it should be a big gesture, like, and I don't mean a full cut, but maybe a wider opening, a more fun experience in a way, right? Like instead of, the building feeling like it's a series of slats, it's just more vertical connections within that as well, and more of the idea of a promise, right? Like you go through this and there's something at the end, right? So I don't know. I feel that there's a bit more to think about in terms of larger gestures that could help you even make this stronger than what it already is.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I felt like kind of my entrances overall were the most underdeveloped part of this. And then I guess when I was designing, I always thought of kind of the building as more of an activated part of the funnel than kind of the capstone. I guess the river park I kind of view more as where the funnel ends, where you get spewed out what the final destination is. I think the project definitely would have benefited from itself though. But I think of it as more of a finality and a capstone of the funnel, I think.
Well, and if it is a middle point in the funnel, then it should be, right? Like it feels like a capstone. And that's, I guess, the argument that I'm trying to make, that is kind of in between the two, right? Like, and it should be clear what its role is within this larger park.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for presentation, and we are a little bit behind the schedule, so we have a 7 minutes break, and we're gonna start at 11:30. All right, thank you. Lauren, are you here? Looks like critics are back, but not student. Lauren.
I hope we didn't scare them away.
No, you guys are being generous. Lauren, so how do you feel, David, as a LA resident so far?
I mean, I think it's fascinating. The scale of it is very, I mean, I think it's really challenging to go. They've really kind of attacked a very large scale and then kind of bringing it down and distilling it into architecture. It's a lot. So there's a lot of things to be thinking about, and so it's impressive. It's impressive. It's a lot. Big breath.
Yeah, it's a lot of hard work I've been seeing for past months. And you have to go 12:30, right? Would you like to make some would you like to make some remark now? Before you join the break?
30 is now 12:30 for you?
Yeah,
No.
12:30. No, it's 11:30 right now.
Okay, because I'm in a different time zone and I don't know anymore what to.
Yeah.
So I have to leave in 45 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So maybe we take a moment before you leave then. All right, yeah. Lauren, you ready?
Yes.
Yeah, make it full screen. Yep, ready to go.
Okay. So my Catalyst building is located in downtown LA, and from my last project, this is the points of interest diagram, and I use this to kind of help me place or figure out where I wanted to place my Catalyst building. And I ultimately decided on placing it in the green space where the children playground is labeled, because it's such like a large occupiable space, and it's right off the pedestrian only main boulevard of the site, and it's separate but not fully estranged from the main residential buildings in the center of the site. And I really wanted it to be connected with the site, but also not surrounded by, like, obviously residential buildings and everything else going on in the site. And this is my master plan, and the area highlighted in purple is where I placed the Catalyst building. And so as you can see here, my Catalyst building kind of resembles the residential buildings in the upper middle of the site. And I did this in order to follow the established language and to kind of make my Catalyst building fit in a little more. So this is just a simple block diagram of it. And then this is my axon for the master plan. And so I also used the varying heights that my partner and I previously did with our residential buildings in order to, again, follow that language, because it does create some pretty interesting views, and when just like looking at the buildings. And so this is my diagrammatic structure. So I started with one main block placed in the ground because I felt that would make, like, that obviously establishes a really strong circulation point and it makes a central courtyard, a sunken courtyard in the center. And from there, I started stacking on building blocks. in order to create more space for either studios or like student-only areas. And as I, by each level, as I went up, I started making the extruded elements smaller. And in order to break up the like strict circulation and allow in more natural light and just air into the basement level, I included sunken courtyards on the outside as well. And again, to bring in more natural light, I added in light wells, and these light wells represent where circulation elements are and where a lot of the classrooms and studios are in the basement level. So this is the courtyard and park access. So it's right across from a park, and it also connects to my main boulevard and a big bridge that leads you over to the main park. And I wanted it to easily like draw people in from these main pedestrian walks, because also my urban redesign was mostly only pedestrian and no cars. And so this is my vertical cores and circulation diagram. Started off fairly simple and continuing with this easy circulation. This is my condensed program. I have like the libraries on the same side, the studios on the same side, and the classrooms on the same side. And from there, I created I opened up the circulation elements further by allowing different access points to get into the middle courtyard, and also by removing some like concrete strict walls around like the gallery space, the lounge area, and the waiting area. And instead I put fragmented walls in to establish a kind of circulation, but allow like a free flow. And this is how I decided what the dimensions of my courtyards would be, where I basically, it's basically just taken from the program. So all these courtyards are related to the studios, the classrooms, and the libraries, where that's also what they're meant to be used for. Then this is my ground level program with a lobby on the top right and a large studio and a student only like study area. And this is my first level program with an all glass studio, offices, a mezzanine, and a skylight. And what I wanted through all of this, I wanted to create different studios with different kind of natural light. Either they include more natural light or include more artificial light. But this is my subterranean floor plan. And all of the hatch represents like all of like the free form circulation in the building. And this is my ground level floor plan, where you can see it connecting to the bridge over on the left and to all the walkways. And this is my first level floor plan. I also included these big platforms in the middle to kind of create a special entryway into the center of the courtyard, where that's where a lot of visitors would go into, where it would be drawn to, and it's kind of like a hangout area for students, visitors, and teachers. And these are my sections that I think do a better or more clear explaining it. And I also alternated between opaque windows or opaque window walls and windows in order to bring in as much natural light as I can, but also kind of reserve privacy for whoever's inside. Simple axon showing the opaque walls and windows. It's my section perspective where you can kind of see the cutting through like the light wells and the courtyards and how they're all stacked up on each other. Then this is my outdoor perspective, looking at the building from, if you're facing towards the building from the river. This is if you're walking into the lobby. And it's kind of just like a very open space where you can kind of see everything going on and all the artwork inside. This is the gallery where a lot of natural light is invited into the space. And the student library where it's only students allowed. But yeah, and that's it.
Thank you, Lauren. Critic.
I can start. Lauren, it wasn't until the renderings that I started to realize that it's like a very happy, you know, kind of proposal. And for some reason that was not coming through at the beginning. And I think that that is something essential, right? Like that there is, there's some qualities in terms of the colors and in terms of the way that you represent the building in the interior, right? That should be coming out in the drawings and in the other representations in the diagrams, right? Like in the way that you explain the project. I think that what I was lacking in terms of your presentation was like, what is the big concept? What is the big proposal? Like, what does this building allow you to do? Because you have, you know, in a simple way, you've kind of said like, okay, I have a subterranean level. I have a ground floor level that is not, you know, fully enclosed, right? Like you have just a few connections to the ground and then an elevated building. And what I wanted to see is where's the analysis that tells you like once you've gone to this kind of subterranean floor that we know is going to be darker, right? Like what does that allow you to do that you can't do above ground, right? Like in that's part of an analysis that I feel that will be fruitful to say like, I'm not just creating a problem for myself. I'm actually creating an experience that is only possible once you descend, right? And now that forces you to then to design that descent. How do you actually get down to that space? And how do you make it, you know, lively? I think that is it goes probably beyond the light wells themselves, but more engagement with that edge. If you can go to your section, probably it's easier to see there. I think that in some moments, right, like it feels like it's a bit of a, like in this one at the bottom, it feels like it's almost like a moat, right? Like you can't really go through it, like you would, you know, kind of fall off. So I feel that those are conditions, and I know that this is just a pocket in a specific location, but the way that it's cut, it kind of represents like, oh, like am I allowed to go in there or not, right? Like, and I feel that those are, if anything, opportunities to design, right? Like it's the section becomes way more important than your plan, and that's where I think the resolution needs to happen, right? Like that same level of you know, this being a happy, approachable, open space, like, you know, that this is where I want to see it, right? So I would definitely recommend more emphasis on the sectional qualities of your project. I think that would help a lot.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree wholeheartedly. I think this is, you know, obviously this section is a very deliberate thing. And I think you touched on it a little bit of why you decided to kind of take this ground plane down. And I think that's, I don't know if that's a thread that's through your whole master plan. Or, you know, this is a really big move. I think you've done some really successful things to make it work, but I want to know more of why you're doing that. Is that a thread that's part of your master plan? Is it a connectivity with the elevation of the river? What is the reason for it? Because I think it's really strong, but it's lacking that thread of saying like, there's such a powerful reason to be down at this lower level. I think I think your illustrations and the way you've taken us through the project, and I really appreciate all of the the pushing and pulling of this lower area to kind of create these courtyards and all these spaces. I think can be fantastic. But can you elaborate a little bit more on why this ground plane? Why this ground plane at this level is so important?
Yeah, so my original, my starting idea was that I wanted to create areas with different experiences. So I wanted to originally just do like an all no windows kind of studio like this, but where light can be completely controlled. And as it goes up and up, where on the third floor, there's an all glass studio where you're at the mercy of natural light. It's dark outside, it's dark inside then. So I really wanted to kind of create spaces that kind of like just had a different like environments and possibly inspired different projects. So I was just thinking where, like, if you're underground in the underground studio, you're working on like landscape art or something, like dark stuff. I don't know. So that was kind of my original plan, and that's why I sunk it into the ground.
And is that thread tied into thoughts that you had in your master plan and things like that, and the way in which, because I think those are really strong and interesting ideas. But was it just all of a sudden just here for your building, or does that thread find its way through your master plan? Is that a big kind of piece to that?
We never really kind of elaborated on specific buildings in the master plan, but my like past project was all about art and showing off local artists and their kind of art and different mediums of art. So graffiti and sculptures. There's many different kind of mediums involved in the urban redesign. So I think that's what led me to what environments kind of create or kind of inspire people to create these different kinds of art on different kinds of mediums. That makes sense. But no, there was no underground elements, at least in the early stages of the urban redesign project.
Yeah, what I do think is that there could be, and maybe that goes back to what Emmanuel was saying, that maybe you're thinking about what does going underground give you, and what are the potential benefits of doing that to your project. And then what you just said of this allows me to think of different studios, where one, I was thinking that the person working with clay and these very earthy things would be underground, and the one working with glass would be on the upper floor, things like that. But I think that if you would have shown maybe how programmatically being on each level allows you to place different programs or gives you all these opportunities, then something like that would have been fantastic. The other thing that I was thinking is, why did you decide to go one entire floor down? What did you think of just moving half a story down, for instance, or just up to one level where when you're seated, you're at the ground? I mean, maybe it's just 3 feet, where when you're seated, your eye, 4 feet, you're seated, your eyes are at the ground level, or right? And thinking and studying that section and thinking about that, maybe that would strengthen the why of, or the benefits of you doing this. So so think about it and calibrate whether it's entire stories, half a story, maybe it's different heights at different parts of the building. I don't know, or the same way that you were doing all these sunken courtyards here, maybe these ones don't have to go all the way down. I don't know. But right now, to me, when I saw the renders and everything, it looks more like a private museum type of building and not so much like a social condenser type of building. And if your building is about inviting people over, and I do wonder if this type of sunken space really invites people in or really segregates and really separates what's in there and what's not there. And the last thing that I was going to say is that when I looked at your site plan, I think that I really like the way or the position of the building so close to the river, but yet I didn't see any way of going. Maybe you can go to the floor plan, but I didn't see. Yeah, maybe. Oops.
Did you mean like master plan or the?
No, the floor plans that you just showed, the ground floor plan, the one in the this one, right? For instance, if I wanted to go to the river or to walk on this direction, it would be really hard for one to do it. No, so maybe even just cutting this building here and allowing one person to continue walking all the way or things like that, maybe that would also create more porosity in your building, where right now it seems like like an end, sorry, not so much like a something that allows you to see all the way to the river or to walk to the river.
Yeah, I guess like, do you mean I should kind of put like a pathway in between?
Yeah.
Like, I guess, okay. Yeah, that was the problem with it, where it's just, I couldn't like make it work where like the exits, because I wanted to make the exits by the vertical cores or because of fire code or something, but I did want to create more flow through it, but yeah, I do like that idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great project, yeah.
All right, thank you, Lauren. Kathleen. You ready? Great. See you. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it full screen.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, ready to go?
Yeah. Hi, this is my project titled Green Spring. And here's the content. So just starting with my original master plan, I had these building footprints with their middle parts carved out, and the openings from each blocks are forming a zigzag path throughout the entire site plan. And next, I divided the public green space into blocks with different functions. The green space in the community will be used to grow crops, while the end near the highway will be developed into a green belt. And among these green spaces, inside the building is the farmland that the residents are responsible for, while outside the building is the public farm field. And the overall concept is to combine urban and agricultural development into one larger concept. And I also aim to create economic value within the urban and agricultural infrastructure. And that's all for my urban design. And then moving on to my architectural design. So this is the precedent that I looked at. It's Municipal Healthcare Central San Blas in Madrid, Spain. So what I really liked about this precedent is the way that they have arranged these patios in a zigzag pattern between the public and private rooms along these parallel corridors. The strategy also provides a non-stop visual community across interiors and courtyards that provide space enlargement. So I decided to study their plan and also use the same strategy in my own project. And this is the block that I chose to redevelop. It's right next to the parking lot and one of my farming fields. and I flipped the block so that the two openings is right in front of the farming field, another opening of the other block. And I started by drawing grids that are evenly spaced. Each grid is 23 by 17. With the system established, I was able to calculate the basic footprints that I need for this project. And here's my new building footprint. Following the vertical lines, I started shifting them to have wide and narrow strips. The wide ones are for my programs, and the narrow ones are for circulations. And with my initial circulation set up, the next step is inserting courtyards. Each one of these vertical strips has courtyards, and they are staggered, so you can always have this nonstop visual continuity. Upon that, I also added these 4 open launching areas, and they also become part of the circulation. And this is the program on the first floor. I decided to have all my interaction programs in the middle so that people can have easier access to them, and education programs on the side. And this is the program layout with the circulation. And then on the second floor, it's the same. I'm having all my interaction programs in the middle, and then my own specific programs on the side. And this is what it looks like with the circulation. And then here's the plan on the first floor. So you could either enter this building from west or east side. And then the first thing that you see is this big exhibition space that has movable walls that could separate spaces into different volumes, and it could also potentially create different visual experiences. And I'm just gonna go through this. So starting from left, there's this conference room, and then study space and tech lab. And on the right side, there's this library and also the restaurant. And then this is the plan on the second floor. So still in the middle, there's this gallery space and grocery store. And on the left, there's office, tea room, yoga room, gym, and swimming pool. So everything related to exercise. And on the right side, there's clothes recycling store and also a vintage store. And this is the first section, cutting through the first program strip and the entrance. And then this is the second section, cutting through the middle strip. So you have the exhibition space down here, and then the store up here. And then this is the axon of my first floor. The axon of my second floor, and the axon of the building on site. And then some perspectives. So this one is standing in the middle and looking toward the end of the exhibition space. And the second one standing inside of the courtyard. And the third one, and yeah, fourth one. And there's also a section perspective, cutting through library and restaurants. And yeah, that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if you can adjust your camera so we can see your face. Okay, thank you. All right, critics.
Maybe my first reaction to this project is similar to the previous one, where to me, I think that it would have been super helpful for to understand what does the courtyard give you, and what's the benefit of having those courtyards throughout the entire building, right? I can think of many reasons why, but understanding from you, right, like what's the benefit of doing this, and what's the value of you doing that? Even, I mean, you showed us one example of a building that does that. I mean, many buildings show just courtyards as way of bringing light in. But for instance, the one that you showed us is a medical center, right? Where by doing that, you can provide privacy, you can even create different connections between different spaces. But here, maybe having some drawings that explain that would be super helpful. Like, for instance, this type of views where one can see and one space throughout the courtyard, or is there always a sequence? Like, do you always understand the room because you see it through a courtyard? Is there always, I don't know, but understanding why did you place the courtyards where they are? And because right now, if I look at it, it looks like this type of maze type of space that you enter in its courtyard, and I think that it could create really interesting views, but it's hard to understand the benefit, or why should we be excited of this, or why do, and I think that you're the one that has to show us why. I'm really curious also to know why is it that almost all the courtyards have the same size, but not all of them, and the size, and why is it this size? Why is this size the best size for a courtyard? Because when I was looking at in section, for instance, these type of courtyards that are so narrow, they don't get a lot of light throughout the day, because they will only get light through, I don't know, when the sun is really high up. But the moment that the sun is lower, then they are not gonna bring a lot of light inside the other spaces. But maybe their function is not to bring them light. Maybe there's another one. And so basically what I'm saying is you should be the ones making us excited about these courtyards. And it's something that I'm lacking a little bit in the presentation itself. And the last thing that I was going to say is that there's another thing that I was really curious about, which are these type of courtyards, which are not courtyards, but are almost like the site getting inside the building, no? But it looked like you're treating the building as if you didn't have anything to do with what's around it. And what I do wonder is whether you can think of the limit of your building like this, no? As in, instead of a straight line, where whatever you have outside could penetrate inside. And if it's greenery that you think is the thing that is really exciting, why cannot the greenery go inside and penetrate? I don't know. I feel that it has a lot of potential and a lot of things that I'm excited about. But I would like to see them in your presentation, and maybe those are things that I was lacking as you were presenting. But otherwise, I think it's I don't know, I would really like to see one diagonal view of these spaces, where I'm seeing one space through a corridor, through a courtyard, through another space, through another space, through another space.
Yeah, definitely. So like, I think I talked to my instructor about this, and like we talked about how I can have some of the courtyards for farming, and then like some for other purposes and different activities. But like, I think it's just, I guess I just don't have like the time to, further develop this.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah. I think that if anything, maybe you can go back and make these drawings for your portfolio.
Yeah, totally. Thank you.
So I think those comments are really strong and thoughtful. And I want to expand on the sort of end of it, where there's this idea of maybe what's happening around it pulling in, because I think there's some really interesting things that are going on in the building. I think the introduction of these courtyards, albeit the comments before are very valid. I think there's interesting ways of transparency and this placement of landscape into the building. I think the thing that I'm most challenged with is I'm just not exactly sure why this building belongs here. Why? I feel like this building has really interesting and can have some exciting things. I'm just not exactly sure why it belongs on this site in Los Angeles. Like, what is the connectivity to that? That I guess is, why is it here and not at some site somewhere else? I mean, I know this is not that wasn't your problem to choose a different site for it. I just don't know what is unique about this scheme that is tying itself back to this sense of place here in Los Angeles. Why is it unique for this site? How is it relating to the contextual stuff around the importance of this site, the river, the downtown core, the powerful circulation of the train and the 101 freeway? Like, why is this building here, and what makes it special and unique? And what are the cues that you took from that would make this building unique for its site rather than it being in Des Moines, Iowa, for instance? I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And also like this is also the part that I think has been missing in my previous from my previous urban design. Like I like honestly I don't I don't like, I'm not sure if there is if I have the answer for the question.
And it may not have warranted necessarily an answer today, but I think that's part of the investigation here, is that like there was a big push to understand the importance of this place and the urban design component of it. And again, I'm going to repeat this in maybe every one of the reviews. I realize that what you're taking on in this short amount of time is a lot. I mean, you could spend a lot of time on each one of these things and not fully investigate everything. So it's hard to keep those threads through. But I think that the goal of the studio was to kind of test and understand some urban design concepts and how they relate to the specifics of this place, and then to kind of break those down and make them into some strategies that you would use and threads that you would use into how you came up with your particular scheme in the building. And I think those things are where I'm feeling like, yeah, I can talk about some of the things about the building that I think are strong or things that I think need more work. But what I'm lacking is a feeling of that connectivity to how and why this building belongs here.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I echo those comments. I think that the both sets of comments have been spot on in terms of the project. I mean, it is a pretty plan, like I think that the grid in a way, it works. I think that there is a problem in the way that you represent the courtyard space itself, especially because of how you begin to describe the project as, this idea of, I don't know if you fully meant it, but like it felt like farmland, agriculture were kind of catalysts for your design, which are interesting in its contradiction of like, these are fundamentally rural land uses coming into an urban setting that just does not want to fit them in. So what does that mean in terms of a building? What does that mean in terms of a master plan, right? Like how do you transform a rural use into an urban one? And I think that there are some examples out there that there's research about how to do vertical farming and all these other things that might potentially help. But essentially what that translates in the plan and in this plan here is that there's the site is not there, right? Like and I feel that is maybe the place to start, right? To make sure that at least at the ground floor level, the building is not alone. It's not just a box that is just sitting in white space. It's actually connected. And those courtyards are your option. Those are the main voids into an otherwise box, right? And they should extend. It should be more of a statement. But yes, in terms of the execution of, and those are, again, conceptual propositions, right? Like the kind of understanding of why the building is here. How does it connect? How does it activate the site? How does it promote further development? All those are ideas that kind of happen at the beginning of the project, and you are in architecture school to learn about this, right? So we're not saying that you need to have all the answers now, but you should keep them in mind that when you move on to the next semester, like what is your building doing at a larger scale, right? Like what are the connections when you move on to fourth, fifth year, like even more important, right? So something to keep in mind. I do, as I said, I do like the representation. I do like the plans. I think that they're quite interesting, but so not much of a critique or a constructive argument in terms of that. It's mostly just you know, in terms of the kind of urban proposal. Make sure that you give back a little more and take more of a stance.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you, Sue. All right, next person.
I'll have to leave now. So,
okay. Would you like to make some quick remarks?
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's the first time that I'm seeing work from Tulane, and it's been amazing. So much work and so many things to think about. At least I do live with a lot of things that I'm going to think about after seeing you guys' work, and it's a big challenge, and think of these projects as things that are seeds that you're going to plant in your head and that you will keep on thinking about. So maybe all the things that we're saying, they are not like, don't take them as critique and or as negative or things that you're lacking, but things that you're going to, or that things that you can continue thinking about as you move ahead. So yeah, it's been a pleasure, and congrats to everyone. All the projects were amazing and so much work. So yeah, I look forward to seeing more of Tulane's work in the future. And yeah, I'm sorry for all the students that I won't be able to see it. But yeah, thank you, Miwako.
Thank you so much for your great comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and great to meet you, David and Emmanuel. Bye.
Thank you. Zainab, you ready?
Yeah.
Share screen, make it presentation mode.
Oh, it's lagging.
I haven't seen. Yeah, okay. Ready to go.
Oh, there's like a really long lag between when I click my slides and when I speak. Let me try again. Okay, that's going to be difficult to present with, but I will give it a try. So I'm Zainab, and this is my project, Los Angeles Lifelong Learning Center. So starting at an urban scale, looking at adjacent urban catalysts was really important for the development of my. Is the screen moving for you guys? Okay, for my master plan. And at a closer scale, I wanted to talk about some of the catalysts I pulled inwards to the site before connecting them. So setting down my footprints, developing from the arts district, the existing arts district and Skyark nearby. And then Skid Row, which has, I'm not sure if you're probably all familiar, has the largest stable homeless population in the entire United States, and it's just a block away. But there's also opportunities for explorations in mutual aid and food security because of the really diverse culinary identity of the area, as well as natural catalysts, which I'll get into with Los Angeles, the LA River revitalization plan, but also a commercial core that kind of just develops in place. And pulling those kind of in physically into the site, that art core lines two blocks, which has student housing. And this is that mutual aid and food security cores that line that northeast side, northeast quadrant, as well as that nature catalyst that is probably the most dramatic as it connects with the pedestrian bridge and pedestrian walkway all the way through east, west, and beyond through the site. And this is just car circulation. And I wanted to get into the specifics of my river naturalization plan as well as the introduction of this bridge, since it plays a really significant role for my catalyst. So for the river naturalization plan, I essentially propose that we pretty brutally convert the LA River from gray infrastructure into green infrastructure by physically breaking up that concrete shell that was existing, but also introducing a moment for interaction with the pedestrian bridge and elevated walkway that's kind of splinters off. And with the introduction of strong-rooted native trees and high-density brush towards the center of the riparian zone to decrease water runoff, but also break up that aggregate over time. And this is just a sectional detail of the bridge, which also we'll revisit in my intervention. So just very quickly, these are the residences, student housing, social housing, parking, community. And for this plan, this model, it shows some of the ground floor public programming that's located underneath some of the residences. But going into my actual intervention, so this is kind of the site I located, which is the site of that river naturalization plan, but also that bridge that for the sake of the intervention, I kind of treated as a pre-existing constant. And that's how the footprint kind of looks like. And here, since it is just technically off the bounds of the site, I wanted to highlight the interaction and accessibility, not only just towards the end of the master plan as it converges all into this plane at the end, but also beyond. And this is that pedestrian access here. And just one last time to show the heavy overlap between all of the elements of body. This is the art district, the commercial core, the pedestrian and car access. And this has the most overlap between all the introduced elements. And as a point of convergence towards the end of the site, I kind of shifted my framework to introduce a building that acts as sort of a gateway. It could be a large pavilion, like a tunnel through, but just that's the physical attitude I took into it. But in terms of program, I was really intrigued by the idea of long life learning or lifelong learning that I think is done best by Portuguese architects. And it is a design thinking strategy that treats schools as sort of social places, because after the school day ends, that same programming, if flexible enough, can be used to teach varying age groups. And this school right here, the Modi School, is open until midnight, and it serves like kids in the daytime and adults for things like professional development at the nighttime. So delving into these ideas of flexibility and accessibility, since those two would help develop that idea of really flexible long life learning in a setting that isn't necessarily a school, but not completely just like a public walk-in space. At that intersection, there is flexibility and accessibility in terms of time that's open, the activities provided, and the ages served, as well as spatial flexibility, which the organic grid I kind of set up and will introduce gets into, as well as flexibility in program location and that bridge connection at the end of the site. And physically, I took these two precedents of very organic and non-traditional grids for educational spaces and the ways that breaking up that division of space can introduce different forms of space division. So these are some introductory sketches I took looking inwards just to see the kind of views I created. And I eventually settled on this sort of concept of an array of arches that can be manipulated but are open enough or close enough to be used for a variety of different flexible purposes as the day goes on. And to do that, I set up this kind of crazy circular ellipse scheme and just rotated them and intuitively arranged them to start creating a bunch of diverse spaces and physical. And then I marked some of those intersections at spans no greater than 40 feet to establish my load-bearing columns. And then added secondary columns just to shorten the span of some of those. And this kind of forms the spans of my arches, in which I encase a sort of glass embedded into it. So on that first floor, it's the entrance to the library, but also it's very porous. There's just a coffee shop. So at this point, if you're just a passerby, you could just run through it on your morning jog or just walk through it completely, and it acts sort of a pavilion. But if you choose to enter and go up to use it for the flexible educational opportunities there is some more and specific programming there, but it's still flexible enough to be used for a variety of purposes. So the only really specific programming is the makerspace and computer lab, as well as those that bar classrooms that line the view outwards. And that's what that second floor plan looks like. And sectionally, that array of arches, it takes breaks that sometimes puncture down into a double height space completely, or remain and sort of act just as the columns of the pavilion there. And with skylights and courtyards, more of that that arch span is kind of broken up further. And from an astrometric view, this kind of shows like the gentle sloping up at an urban scale of that bridge, but also the way it kind of converges outwards and connects through. And at a closer scale, this shows the detailing of that bridge. So it's a very gentle slope that doesn't start until the building does. So it also, the extension of the arches outwards of that glass encasing connects to a nearby skate park. And that is a direct connection to the arts district. And some perspectives, this one shows the view if you were standing at the edge of the bridge looking inwards. So if you wanted to, you could just look completely through this intervention, and it's nothing more than pavilion, but it does still serve a diverse needs of kind of informal education practices that are developed by the communities itself. And this is a nighttime view looking at the extension of the skate park. And lastly, an interior view of that first library entrance. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Zainab. Emmanuel, David.
So I'm very impressed. I think this is a really, really interesting. I mean, your sketches are really like your whole story, the whole thing, the way you put it together is really a wonderful approach. And I think it from the master plan all the way through the architectural concept, I think is, very interesting and playful and thoughtful. And I like the way it engages the river. I like your proposal around that. And when I look at the plans, I think the sort of playfulness and the really interesting kind of like the circles that you did to kind of create this grid, if you will, or where the structural columns are setting down, I think is really fun. And then I almost feel like my only critique, and I'm not sure how it's necessarily a critique, is I almost feel like you constrained yourself then in this sort of rectilinear bit of the building with the arches. Like I almost feel like you constrained yourself and didn't I'm not even sure how to quite express this exactly, but I feel like when I look at that plan over there on the right, and it's got all this like playfulness of these circles and these arcs and these things like that, and then you drop this rectangle on top of it, that I feel like in some ways constrains it. I mean, there's some really wonderful qualities of these, you know, this transparency in the lower level of the building that I really like. And, you know, I like the arches. I like the way you thought about it. I just feel like I feel like in some ways that you layered over this sort of rectilinear geometry on top of it that I don't necessarily, I like the way that contrasts against it, but I feel like in the end result of the formal response, I feel like it got a little too constrained, and there was some really playful and exciting ideas of engagement that I think could have been explored in a different way. I'm not saying that's not a success. I don't know. I think I was so enthralled by everything. And then when you got to this, you got to some of the imagery of the building, while I wasn't displeased with it, I just felt like you almost constrained yourself and didn't let yourself, like, I feel like the sort of flatness of the roof and everything just feels like it just, you sold yourself a little short in all of these really wonderful ideas that you were exploring, that then formally, as the building kind of started to express itself, I felt was a little bit limiting, I guess is the best way for me. Because I don't think it's unsuccessful. I just feel like I just want to see more of that kind of excitement in some of those ideas that you've got that are, I just feel like it may be in its three-dimensional form and elevational response, maybe just sold yourself a little short, I think.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I mean, what an interesting proposal. And this is what I asked before in terms of like taking a stance in terms of what is the river, right? Like what is there? How do you change it? Because that should be part of I think everyone's design, right? Like how do you envision that space being redone? And I think that you've done it in a really beautiful way. I do agree, though. I think that there's that there are kind of two systems of order that you have established, right? Like the one that is playful, and that is very much you, that I enjoy seeing, that has a connection to the past, right? Like in the way that the vaults are kind of showing I don't know, like at least aesthetically remind us of the aqueducts, some sort of aqueduct structure that then has a connection to the river itself, right? Like the movement of water, like that. I think that it could be quite evocative. But then it's like chopped by this rectangle that I'm like why? You know, like it's because it leads to moments that then are not fully resolved. Like they're like the termination of these kind of bands end up being these little flying buttresses that don't connect. They don't connect to the site. They don't connect to the program. And those I think are like, I don't know. I saw them yeah, they're right here, like these things, right? Like, and they're kind of not fully engaged. Like they want to.
Yeah, I could pull up both.
Yes, exactly. There. They become very clear there, right? Like, and I feel that there's an opportunity for you to consider how, is it a line or is it a volume that is the one that's curving? Is it the space in between two lines, right? Like in plan. Whenever you make one of these moves, right? Like, is it the space in between two lines that matter? Or is it really just a structural line of one of them, right? Like being very clear in terms of what is important, you know, in the order that you have defined. This is a structural, not just structural, is programmatic, is spatial. and it has that ability to push and pull that box away and pull it apart, right? And the strategies are there. It just needed to like, kind of.
Right, but the arches are a very deliberate structural move. Very deliberate,
Oh,
right? Yeah, like extremely deliberate. Like, so that's an important point too, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's a quite beautiful one, right? Like I feel that it's not usually done, and I think that you've done it in a really beautiful way. I don't know. I think that when I say these things, I'm saying a lot of what or showing too much of the influence of working with Eric Moss for before. Like it's this kind of you establish a logic, but at what moment do you break it? And I feel that the box doesn't fully allow you to exploit the max of what you can do with the system that you have established. That being said, the box then takes you to a conversation with Mark Lee in the way that the arches and begins to cut volumes, right? So you look at that's a beach house, I believe, in Venice, but it's quite beautiful as well in the sense that the arch becomes not really much of a structural element, more of a kind of subtractive element as well. So that's another approach of how to deal with this. So I don't know, that same playfulness of plan, how can it happen in section, so that you can then disintegrate this volume and not have it feel so, like, I don't know, heavy. But I enjoy the proposal, the composition, the storytelling, the engagement with the site. I think is quite provocative, and I don't know. I want to walk around the spaces. It's great.
Thank you, Zaina. Beautiful presentation. All right, we have 3 more students to go. Next student is Chester.
Miwako,
Okay.
can I make a comment while we're pulling this up?
Sure, of course.
There was another review I was in at one point, and there was some system that we were using, or you guys were using, that had everybody's presentations up, that allowed you, as you were reviewing it, you could go, because the one thing we don't get a chance to kind of go back to drawings unless I'm not suggesting to change it, but it might be feedback of just like having the ability as the presentation is going or you're listening, you can go back to drawings on your own a little bit to kind of explore as if you're standing up in front of it, a pinup, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
just some feedback.
Yep, thank you. Chester, you ready?
Yep. 1 second here. Okay, sorry, just trying to share the screen. Okay. Okay, so this is the base layer, Center for Upward Mobility. And I had a lot of fun with this project. Definitely went through many iterations. But just to kind of start off, this is the downtown scale at 1 to 1500. And our site is located right here. As we know, some areas of interest for me were the City Hall and Skid Row, and that kind of relationship between these two buildings so close to the site. So starting off with the proposed master plan, this is the group development and earlier in the year, and some things that we considered were having areas of green traversals, if you will, through buildings. And the buildings were relatively rectilinear, but that also allowed for us to kind of stick to the grid. This is the updated master plan, and based off some comments and further exploration, I think that breaking up the spaces and having dedicated green areas versus more walkable areas was something to consider. So going into the ISO, I think a couple things that I wanted to depict were the relationship between my central building and the rest of the master plan, and kind of where that stands, and how kind of commanding it is, like right in the middle. That's the location, and I think the program kind of resembles that as well. So the building is broken up into 3 different elements, and these elements are kind of joined together by this knot that extends outward and has a upper terrace. But essentially the elements within the building, labeled as 1, 2, and 3, start with medical services, educational resources, and connections to the city. And so the thought of this building is really, based in kind of what LA has gone through and where it stands right now. It's interesting to think that, it's incredibly, expensive to build homes. However, that's the mission that everybody is going for. Millions of dollars in political money have been raised just to back this kind of idea that building homes is the answer. And so my building kind of addresses this question of how do you encourage upward mobility through another lens, or what's the way that you can really support someone through and through, instead of just putting them in a housing unit and expecting them to do well. So looking at the plan, the building kind of follows this counterclockwise, system. Starting at the bottom right corner, we have the medical building, and that's kind of the first approach to this building. Is now you can obviously enter into whatever building you would like, but maybe someone approaching this for the first time and being in a position, of being disenfranchised or what have you, ensuring someone's health and well-being is really the first step into getting, someone right and off their feet. And the next kind of idea is, once they have medical treatment and have sought, the proper resources for that, how can you add value to society, or how can you encourage, upward mobility in a way that's sustainable? And that's through education. So, outlined in the, I guess I'll talk about the connection building as well. And so the last kind of part of this approach is having somewhere where you can find resources for jobs, housing, et cetera, that is, kind of looking at it from a holistic approach, or at least has some knowledge of the area and knows how to, approach each case, case by case, and, tailored for that individual. So, and I'll get into that a little bit with these plans. Okay. So the medical center is mostly private spaces and individual, intake rooms and additional counseling rooms or doctor's offices. And then going to the ground floor education center. The thought behind this was to have some spaces that were communal and other spaces that were quiet and allowed for people to study and, find their own way around things. So the connections building, kind of similar to the medical resources, it's more private, and additionally, has a connection to the central courtyard that kind of sandwiches the educational building and the connection building together. But generally, this is more about, what's the right way to approach your individual circumstance? How can we help you get back into the city? So looking at the first floor, this is kind of the bow tie that I mentioned earlier, and above is more of an open space, area where you can kind of look out into the courtyard, enjoy some fresh air, while the medical center and the educational resources are largely closed off. So the thinking behind this was largely the same for the ground floor. This is the medical center, and it's more private spaces, individual kind of treatment, if you will. And so this kind of bridges off of what I was trying to do with the ground floor, which is have like dedicated study space. And that scenario can't, I have a gallery, which I guess I just completely skipped over, but the purpose of this building is really about skills acquisition and finding ways to find something that contributes and you enjoy doing. So that's kind of the methodology behind that. This outdoor space is really just kind of taking advantage of LA and, understanding that it's nice out, people want to hang outside, and, what better way to do that than have something that kind of connects two related things together. So this is a section showing the courtyards within each of these buildings, and additionally the shading devices on either side. This is a section perspective showing much of the same, and as well as the entrance into these buildings and kind of how you might access all three of them through one entrance. This is an interior perspective and shows a gallery, double height space. This perspective shows my bow tie situation, outdoor roof terrace area with some decorative sails. And then this additionally is another perspective of this outdoor situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chester. David Emmanuel, who would like to start?
I can start by saying, Chester, that this is, I think that the ideas that you're putting forth are quite noble. Like, your heart is definitely in the right place in terms of like, the connection to the residents and what you expect to provide through the buildings, right? Like the different services. I hope that these are conversations that you were having in studio in terms of impact, right? Like any kind of development like this is always gonna be, running the risk of causing even more gentrification in an area that has suffered from that, right? Like the art district is a place that's changed drastically in the past 10, 15 years because of the same pressures, economic pressures, and how do you ensure that that your proposal doesn't do that? To be honest, I don't know if that's an actual architectural problem, right? I think that is related, but it's hard. It's kind of impossible to say like, hey, by doing this formal move or material move, I'm going to avoid, gentrification from actually happening, or I'm gonna ease up any kind of upward mobility, right? Like it's difficult. It's a really difficult thing. So I think that what you've realized is that it's something that you can do through program. And I think that that is potentially a correct approach. Can you go back to one of your initial kind of isometric views at the beginning of the presentation? Because I feel that, I don't know if this was intentional, but I think that that same level of kind of care that you've shown through a program, this one, yeah, it's almost here, and this was probably not intentional, but like the ground looks like dirt, like bare dirt, right? Like, and in a way, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what LA should be, right? Like the fact that there is a very high pressure on the amount of or lack of water that exists in the city, that eventually means that any kind of landscaped green space, right? Like it's a very kind of highly responsible luxury that should not exist, right? Like in that, in a way, speaks, if it was fully green, that would speak about wealth and gentrification, right? Like, and I feel that I don't know, as I said, I don't know if it was intentional, but it's something to keep in mind, right? In terms of how you represent your work. So if there is, I'm hearing a second voice, I'm not sure what's going on. Can you probably mute yourself, Chester? I don't know if it was, I don't know if it's you. I think it's someone else. Anyways,
I think so. Yeah.
I'll try to speak over it. But it's what it means is that what are the architectural moves that you can do besides the program itself? How do you create connections, and how, more than anything, how do you represent the architecture to make us believe that those connections can actually happen and that life can actually happen? So if there is something where I would just want you to work more on is in that, right? Like the fact that architecture is not just walls, it's not just columns, it's not just structure, but that the entourage and the spaces that you have put furniture in and all these things also need more life. You have some in there, you have some people around, but I would want to believe that this is actually possible, and I want you to convince me that it is. And I think that you're potentially, maybe the only way to do that is through engagement with the site and engagement with the people in your drawings.
Thank you for those comments. I think this concept honestly came to me pretty late. During the mayor race in LA, when everyone was raising all this money, and that's kind of how this came up. So granted, I'm really passionate about the concept, but yeah, I think that drawing ability and technique is definitely something to look towards.
I agree with Emmanuel. I think his feedback was really spot on. But I applaud you for it, because I think this is the first proposal where we've seen we're really kind of connecting ourselves back to a really prominent issue here in the city as it connects to Skid Row and the homelessness and so on. And I think I really applaud you for looking to kind of create a service here for these people. And I think that when we talk about it on those sort of broader levels, I think one of the challenges is that homelessness and all that isn't necessarily an architectural problem. We solve it with architectural problems all the time, or we try to. We're not, I think, as you spoke before, it's like we could put millions of dollars in housing, but really we need to take care of these people, and we need to provide them services, and we need the problem is really how do we integrate them into the community? Because what we're doing oftentimes is pushing them out of the community. I don't want them, not in my backyard, or that NIMBY kind of relationship. Like, yeah, I really want to help them, but I don't really want it happening here, right? And that's a common thread as it relates to that. And so, taking this and seeing, like, in the midst of this master plan, how do we find a place that the community is creating a place to bring services to help these people in our community, to build them up in the community so that then they become viable, members of the community. That's what we need to do. And so, I like standing ovation for making that an effort to sort of say, this is the program that I want to help, utilize this space and weave this into a really, really important thread that we have here. Then we get to the architectural problem. How do we solve that architecturally? How do we make that into a space that is providing those services and then weaving it in architecturally, making it a place that weaves into the larger master plan that you have proposed here on the site? And those are additional challenges that I think you've got some really successful ideas here and some difficult challenges. It's these buildings are, how do you weave that into the community? How do you create that architecturally into something that really fits in? And are there services, are there ways in which the architecture and that like connect? So they're not just services for that. So it's bringing other people, parts of the community. Like, are there architectural components or programmatic components that say, here's where the people that aren't necessarily needing those services merge with this building so that we're starting to weave the community together in that manner, right? So maybe there's some other programmatic things that make this building not just for services for people in need, but then I don't know how that works. I don't know if that's successful. I don't know if that's the right way to do it, but I think that what you're doing here is really trying to find a way to thread in these essential services beyond housing for these people that make them start to become viable members of the community. And so then how do we take those programmatic elements and weave them in so that the communities merge together? And I don't know the answer to that. But I really applaud you for starting to do that. And I think you've got some really one comments or critiques I may have is a little bit too, is like, as I got into the plans were really interesting and had some really interesting things going on. The elevations started to kind of like didn't ground themselves. They were floating in space. And so some of those things of really tying yourself back in that drawing will help to illustrate your moves a little more. So I would say that, most of my critiques there would be, sort of some of the graphical aspects as I got further into understanding what the architecture was. So I really love your urban planning ideas and the thought of this and the weaving in of the skid row and the programmatic elements you're doing. And then there are some successful things going on in the architecture, and I was getting a little bit lost in it. I think some of the graphical things were not helping me to understand some of the things that you were really trying to do with this building and then how it weaves into your larger master plan. But I'm very intrigued by your project.
Thank you. Some of those comments are, I think, conversations, definitely to be had. And, I'm I'm excited to see how this also evolves and kind of what new ideas come. Just, I'm from Los Angeles, so that's kind of my relationship to the site.
It's and being an Angelino, it's an interesting site. I mean, it's definitely a very interesting part of town. It's a profound site as it relates to the city and the fabric of the city. So yeah, it's got a lot of very interesting topics that it raises, and I think that again, I think what you're trying to do with your program, I think, is really really an important piece that I'm glad you touched on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chester. Okay, next person is Jessica, and we have 2 more students.
Hi, let me share my screen.
Chester, you may want to close yours.
Okay, are we
Okay,
all ready?
make it full screen.
It is full screen on mine. I just want to make sure you guys see it full screen as well.
Not yet. Maybe I think you wanna disconnect and reshare again, if you don't mind.
Or what if I do this?
Yeah, we had this problem before, so I think it's good that you stop sharing and reshare again.
Okay.
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. So hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. My design proposal is called Crossroad Corridors, and it focuses on the intersection of ecological practices and increasing interconnectedness in downtown LA. The initial focus this semester was our master plan. My partner and I, Zach, created a return to nature proposal for the site in which we kept the existing roads on the site and several existing buildings. From there, we repurposed an existing building into a farmer's market. This follows the language of commercial on Temple Street. The return to nature vision was achieved by extending a 100-foot wide green belt from the farmer's market toward the Los Angeles River, where ecology could flourish void of buildings. We then found that reaching more of the river could be achieved by turning this green belt into a green loop that extends across the road and river and loops back around. This became central to our design proposal. The farmer's market is situated in a natural pocket created by the roads. So adding another belt running vertically from the farmer's market to the other end of the loop creates 2 points of intersection and new opportunities for activity. In thinking about how we can make broader connections with this loop, we found conceptual connections to City Hall's Grand Park and implemented an eco bridge where the loop meets the river. This is what this would look like, the green loop, biking paths, walking paths, and in some places, urban farming. Higher gas prices are causing more people to consider living in places in which they can get around more easily, either on foot or by bike or public transportation. In megacities like LA, combating the issue of large carbon footprints is a challenge we needed to address. This is when we came up with the mobility loop. This was our attempt to break up the site even more. The mobility loop is characterized by walking paths and bike lanes with a planter in the middle. Our strategy for increasing foot traffic in the narrower residential areas came to mind as an eco corridor. This is pedestrian only. Sustainable practices like permeable pavers are incorporated here. Reducing the carbon footprint of LA can be accomplished by directing parking underground. The red strip is a tunnel connecting to an underground parking structure represented by the red dashed line. A mobility hub situated near the bus stop allows visitors to grab bikes and go for convenience. This is connected to the mobility loop. In creating hierarchy and social interconnectedness, the green loop is broken up into retail, urban farming, and social sectors, where its surrounding buildings will have associated program on the first floor. An urban catalyst placed at the main intersection point by the farmer's market seemed like a fair place to draw people to. This was my strategy for harnessing the power of public spaces for increased innovation. This is the ground floor plan of the master plan with its associated green spaces. And this is the top floor of the master plan when it was completed. Here is a better view. You can clearly see our vision for the mobility hub, tunnel, farmers market, and eco bridge, as well as my proposal for the urban catalyst. Here's some perspectives we created for key points of the site. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but I made this one and I made this one down here. The dot represents the person and the arrow represents the direction they're looking. This is the perspective taken from the dining area of my building, which leads us to the second half of the semester, which was individual work. A strategy for the building typology of the master plan is called an open perimeter plan, and I use this strategy in my building design. The building, or better yet, the Health and Wellness Center, is 2 L's, 1 bar, 1 U, and 2 L's again. This was important for creating opportunities for light, space, and airflow. And the two buildings are separated into public and private, with that U being an intersection of public into that private L. Here's a massing model I made, just showing that relationship a little bit better. And then moving into intermediate scale, you can see the interaction of coming off of the freeway and going into this roundabout that leads you into the underground parking, as well as the mobility loop, eco corridor, green belt with urban farming down at the bottom. Oops, sorry. This is the intermediate site section, going from the freeway on the right, cutting through that and cutting through my building, ending with the farmer's market on the left and associated buildings. A sustainability diagram showing the design of my building. I have a green roof with stormwater mitigation at the top, wood screen shades on the facade from the second floor and up. And then on the ground floor throughout my entire building, I have energy efficient windows in the form of a curtain wall, as well as room for airflow and sun diagrams for the year. This is an axonometric view of my building situated on the site. You can see the tunnel as well as the green belt and the mobility loop. Here's the associated program for my building. On the right, in the L's, you can see more private program, which are offices, meeting spaces. And then on the left L, you'll see more health and wellness program, which are dance studios, education center, healthy food hall, and a gym. This is the first floor plan. This is the most permeable organic floor. Here we have a lot of like exterior organic program that connects the site, as well as an underground auditorium on the right, which drops 10 feet below ground level. Second floor is the gym and the gallery, as well as the office spaces, with like a stairway leading you to an open area for gathering and social interaction. And then on the third floor, on the left L, that is the organic food hall I've created. Organic meaning organic shapes mirroring the green belt, which is visible here. And on the right is controlled access meeting rooms. There's a section cutting through the lobby and the stairs. So you can see that open area. And in my second section, you can see the double height space that's present in the education center. There's a spiral staircase leading up to a library. It's really nice. Here's my section perspective, showing off the food hall as well as this double height space in the gym and the underground auditorium, which I'm pretty proud of. And here are some of my perspectives. This is one from the front. Inside the lobby, looking at the Children's Education Center in the double height space. This is the top of the double height space where the library interacts with that outdoor social organic shape seating area. And then finally, this is my favorite part, the sushi bar within the food hall. And here's a little summary of everything. And that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. David, Emmanuel, would you like to start?
Sure, I can start. Really very impressive presentation. I really very clear. I like the thought process. One of the things that you talked about in your urban plan, I think, is a really interesting Los Angeles aspect. Transportation, moving around the city is like, it's always been, the city was developed around the car. So it's urban sprawl is huge here. And so it's I think the next 40 years are talking about some of these things like the mobility loop that you've talked about, where, you know, we're putting infrastructure in for larger transportation nodes that can get us from place to place. And then the big thing in the metro conversation is that last mile. What's the last mile? When you get to these places, people are moving, and like we said earlier, you can be outside 365 days a year. So the notion of scooters and one wheels and all these other methods that keep people out of their cars in these smaller loops of areas really offer incredible opportunities to make connected communities like you are presenting here. So I really am super intrigued by that. I think it's a really exciting opportunity and presentation, and the way in which you've kind of weaved that thread together in this, I'm really excited about. I think your building's really exciting too. I think there's some really interesting moments in it. There's some really interesting, formally it's an interesting proposal here. I think the one thing that just programmatically, I think is kind of interesting. On your ground floor, if I'm looking at the perspective on the left, what's the ground floor program on your left? If I'm looking at the perspective in the upper left corner, what program is that? That Children's Learning Center on the bottom left?
The bottom left is actually a dance studio. It's very flexible room.
I almost wonder if I want to see the food hall down on that lower level, because the food hall could open up and be a part of the draw, on this mobility loop as people are moving around. It's the place I can come. I mean, not that can't happen on the second floor, but maybe there's something transparent on that lower level that allows it to open up and become a sort of open air food court that literally then kind of lets the plaza and all of this sort of lower level landscape kind of weave in and let the community come in a different way. That's a simple thing, but maybe it is a way that like links this back to all of this mobility loop that you're talking about. I think just a thought. Otherwise, I think your building's got some really successful aspects to it. Again, formally, I like what's going on. I think that might be my only comment really, is like, I think that programmatically it could be an interesting way, that food component, to kind of tie in everything and have this a little bit more as a community destination for the building.
I agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback.
Yeah, I agree with many of those points. I think that is starting with the urban development, I think has been, pretty clear from your explanation to why these things are needed. I would say that there is a more difficult conversation to be had in terms of the site and the placement of the building, because it's like on purpose chosen a very, very difficult site, right? Like it's next to a highway that is elevated. It seems that you are taking the exit over, right? Like when you exit from the 101, you make that loop, you go straight to parking and that's it, right? Like it's, so like that creates noise, creates traffic backups that is going to go all the way to highway 101, right? Like, so they're kind of this kind of larger at an urban scale, right? Like now you started to create issues, right? Like, so being thoughtful of like, how do you queue a large amount of cars that you're expecting for a complex like this, right? Like, how do you, in an effort to make this more pedestrian, have you created too much of an issue for others, right? Like, and that is, I think, something just to think about in the future. Not precisely that makes a project any, less efficient. But what I do, think that is crucial is the way that the building negotiates the ground floor, right? Like the fact that this is highway 101 that is elevated, and then it's an exit and going into the parking. Is that really how you approach a building? Does it really need to be open, right? Like, or is that actually an unsafe condition that you should try to, create more of a barrier, right? So being clear in how you investigate those conditions and understand the different levels of safety that the building poses just because of its location becomes important, right? Meaning you do have exterior stairs, right? Like, and that means that this is a very lively, open space when a kid can just easily run to the street, right? Like, and that's an issue, right? Like, so being just thoughtful in the way that you resolve these conditions, or at least like have an idea of how these interactions can happen, right? It is very much in this case, it's not much of a gateway as it is, as I see it, as a almost like a barrier. It's holding its ground in some way, but it's also trying to bring people in. So it's like it's a complicated, kind of condition. I believe that I've probably shown you this before. That I believe it's the Porta Volta building by in Rome by Herzog and Miron, if I'm not mistaken, where it's kind of working in a historical site. It's an urban project. It's a former wall of the city. And how then do you develop a strategy for creating a pedestrian passageway through it, right? Like essentially, that just gives you one option of like, how this might be done. In your case, you created an L. Does the L work, as a protection, as a buffer? Is it enough, of a connection with the kind of eco corridor that you've created, right? Like those are questions that I'm still wondering and pondering with, right? Essentially, if I can draw just quickly, right? Like I'm questioning this moment, right? Like I feel that is if anything, I feel that your site is more than this, right? Like it's something that I've been saying to other reviews as well. Like that ground floor plan needs to expand to include more of the site, so we understand the potential impacts and the risks that are also being taken. It's a bold location. We would not be having this conversation had this been in another location of the site, right?
Right.
So I commend you for it. I think that is great, but it does lead to this kind of higher conversations of what happens here, right?
But I think what you're saying, Emmanuel, too, is that like maybe the building has, you just need to kind of take a let me draw here. If this building just slid this way into a zone more like this, then you might be able to create a buffer zone of landscape or some other thing that kind of creates this transition zone between this massive highway where you're kind of entering the building. So it could be just a move like that, but I think those are really good points. But I think you can maybe just, it's not about necessarily putting it somewhere else. It is creating some layer here between those zones to be very deliberate about, okay, now there's a transition zone. Now there's a transition layer between all of this activation and the freeway and all this, and your transition into this mobility place where it's much more pedestrian, right? So.
Could you explain like what that may look like? Because I tried to create basically a forest behind it to, one, reduce noise, and two, kind of shelter the building from the street, and then another layer from the freeway. What would this layer look like?
That's this layer here, that kind of layer here.
Yeah, that's 60 feet, and then there's more beyond that.
So that might be doing that, and maybe that's helping to kind of clear it up. But I do think that what Manuel is talking about too is this right here, if I'm understanding this correctly, which is a Caltrans issue. Is this the exit off the freeway?
Yes.
That's the exit off the freeway. So your exit, isn't there a street here? I thought there's a whole street here that, like, because I know this exit very well.
Actually, I'm sorry. The exit off the freeway is to the left. That road coming off that comes underneath the freeway is just a road coming into the site.
This right here.
Yeah, the exit of the freeway is west.
Oh, it's over here?
Yeah, like even further. You can't see it.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's a little understanding, a little bit more of exactly where we are on the site, so we can, because this is I know there's a huge transition off the freeway there. So I think that, if you've got a landscape buffer in here, that's a beginning to it. But does it become another threshold? Is there another layer of plaza? Is there another layer of water feature? Is there something like that that kind of like distinctly makes this transition different as it relates to the building? I don't know. And Emmanuel, jump in if I'm not also kind of relating your point well enough. But I think that's kind of what I was taking from that, is like, maybe there just needs to be another layer of transition between where this building is abutting the edge of the property and your entry into that segment of the building and the property.
Yeah, I think that you capture it well. I think that is the proposal needs to include more than the building itself. And I understand that that's potentially unfair, because they ask you like, hey, this is the architectural scale, right? Like, but you had done those sections with your teammate, right? Like the way that an eco corridor works, right? Like how pedestrians and all this, like this kind of beautiful, delicate sections, right? Like we just need like that, right? Like, how do you create a transition from something that is noisy, that is full of cars, into something that is more for the people, for pedestrians, right? So it's almost like, I don't know, it's not precisely a cap. It's a buffer. It's probably more than 60 feet, right? Like but other than that, like that being said, the project is exciting, right? Like I think that there are so many good moves in it. I like that you feel proud of it, right? Like, and you make that clear, we can see it in the drawings, that the work is well represented. It's just, I don't, what I'm asking, simply make it engage more.
No, but I think it's a good point, because there is a big transition. And as I talk about that in the larger scale of mobility in Los Angeles, which is like one of Los Angeles's greatest challenges is mobility. And like I said, we've developed around the car. We're trying to get away from the car, and we're putting great infrastructure in. So I think that transition, especially as it abuts such a major artery of transportation in Los Angeles, that I think what Emmanuel is talking about is that transition where we are making very deliberate moves. We take a subway, we get off the subway, and then how do we continue to circulate, right? So I think that your proposals talk so much about that notion, that maybe what it is that your building doesn't just butt up to the edge of the property and then has a green belt and splits its way between the freeway, that there's something there architecturally that speaks to that, really kind of engages and embraces that transition of mobility, because you've chosen to put it really right on that edge where mobility is, you've got one of the busiest freeways in the country going through there. So I think that's just like, you've made some really deliberate points about that. How do we address that architecturally? And maybe that's just something that needs further thought about, or more exploration in that direction.
Thank you so much. That gives me a lot to think about whenever I further develop my project next semester. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica. Great presentation. All right, last person is Daniela. And while she is preparing, just want to give you some prerequisite information. So she's one of maybe only one student who is actually renovating that linear existing building. But it's more like reimagining kind of interior space rather than the precise, preservation. So there was some confusion in the previous pinup, so just wanted to give you some information. All right, Daniela, it's ready.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so thank you for being here. I'm gonna take you through my cultural center in the human scale city. And before starting, I just wanted to disclose that I was out sick for a while, so it's still under development, let's say. So yeah, I'm open to all criticism and ideas. Okay, so my cultural center is intended to promote and preserve the vast culture of the city of Los Angeles and to provide opportunity for cultural expression and fusion. Okay, so to start off, this is the master plan that me and my partner created for a site located in the city of Los Angeles. The goal of the master plan is to address the current issue of disconnection and car dependency that exists in the city. And we have aimed to create this like human scale city that has intimate and engaging streetscapes and smaller scale buildings that promote alternate methods of transportation, such as walking and biking. So this is an axon of the site. And now zooming into the site, I chose to work with from our master plan. This is the currently existing warehouse building that I had chose to readapt into a cultural center. So this is a view of what we have envisioned for this catalyst spot in our master plan. The building is located within a spacious plaza that is meant to serve as a gathering spot for the community. Okay, so this diagram shows the pre-existing condition of the warehouse building. And then I removed the central portion of the building, separating it into two halves and creating an open space that allows for connectivity with the plaza, the building, and the mobility hub that's located behind the building. So now we're left with these two halves. To the left is the cultural market and exhibition wing, and then to the right, the cultural education wing. So for the food market, the market and exhibition wing, for the ground floor, we have the food market. On the second floor is exhibition and the handcraft market, and then an extension of the exhibition on the third floor. On the wing to the right, which is the education wing, we have interaction on the first floor, the media tech on the second floor, and conference room and study space on the third floor, and then the existing roof structure. So this is what it looks like all together. So this is my ground floor plan. To the left, we can see that it's mostly kiosks. That bottom portion is the eatery, and then the market on the top. And on the right wing is like that interaction floor, which has a cafe and has the administration offices and just like open bookshelf space and seating space. And this, I have created like this unifying plaza entrance moment at the center that kind of unifies both buildings. Okay, so for the second floor, we can start to see how those double height spaces come into play. On the building to the left, we have the handcraft market and exhibition space, and then to the right, we have the media tech, which also has an auditorium and bookshelves and seating space. And we can start to see this like large monumental inhabited stair that I have created on the education room. Yeah. And then for the third floor, I have the extension of the exhibition on the left wing, and on the right wing is that study space and more like private conference rooms. So this is the first view of that exhibition space on the market and exhibition wing. On the third floor, this is a view from that third floor on the education wing, which has the conference rooms, balconies, and study spaces. And we can start to see the clerestory windows and these like very tall spaces. And then for the third view is that inhabited stair with some shelving and computer spaces and seating space. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Emmanuel, David, would you like to start?
I don't know. I feel that, I mean, that's such a cool building to kind of grab, that I feel that, you know, when I look at the interiors, it feels like LA. Like the recollection that I have of, you know, living there for many years was like, you know, this kind of retrofits are happening more and more, I feel like, and it seems to fit a very particular aesthetic in a demographic perhaps that is a little more conscious about, you know, what we have already done, what our carbon, you know, footprint is in the city. So I really enjoy you taking it over. I was hoping that someone would, you know, like, and I'm happy that you did. What I would think is, you talk about the cut in the void, this kind of subtraction on the linear building that goes against, you know, the linearity of it, and probably part of the beauty of the building is this kind of linear aspect, and you chopped it, right? So and you call it a connection, where I actually feel that is a very strict and, you know, kind of clear split, right? If you can go to your first floor plan, I think it will become very obvious. And I know that you know, if you're still probably working on this and considering it, but this is where that opportunity happens, right? Like the fact that it reads as a very strong partie wall in the middle of that void. For us to buy it as a connection, you need to show it as one, right? Like, how does the program spill onto this outdoor plaza rather than planters? Is it something else, right? Whether that's cafe, that is something, outdoor classrooms or things like that eventually show a little bit of life spilling towards it, right? Like in the building opening to allow for those situations to happen. But again, is this the right move in terms of, you know, like, I feel that the building already has a lot of a language of subtractions that you could have kept on playing with. Do you have a section, or I don't know if I saw one, or do you have an axon perhaps that shows it?
This is the
Yes,
closest thing I have to an axon.
this is good. This is good. These moments, right? Like, these are all subtractions, right? And in many ways, that already tells you a language of, in this case, it's very repetitive. It's probably connected to the sawtooth roof. But, you know, what if you were to develop a language of subtractions that also create outdoor conditions in the second and the third levels, right? And create a little bit more complexity inside of a building like this one. Another thing that you know, could have considered is that whether these actually blows all the way through, or is it just, you know, kind of like this. So it maintains its linearity in one side and it holds that edge, but it opens up to a plaza that is now here, right? Like, and when you do that, now you have taken over a larger scope of the project. Your ground floor plan needs to show this and show, you know, how do you deal with the landscape and how much have you given back to the city by doing that, right? So I don't know, if anything, it kind of, like, I'm not trying to go back and make you go back to the beginning, but to reconsider its relationships to the ground, right? And the implications of such a large cut, right? And what does it allow to do, and what is actually what is preventing you from doing, right? Which was, you know, that kind of connection that used to exist.
I actually, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I had these exterior bridges, which I didn't show because I haven't developed them enough, but that is a possibility I'm exploring. But yeah, sorry, continue.
No, I was just gonna follow up on Emmanuel's points, because I think they're really it's a very interesting building. It's a bizarre building in some ways, but it's, you know, the ground floor of it is all, you know, docking bays, right? It's really, so I really think that ground plane for you is super important. That ground plane, and like, I love the idea that you've kind of created an idea for food market. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about what the interaction space is about, but that ground plane and really that plaza that you've created is a really important, that whole site plan right there to me is really, you know, an important piece. I mean, I love the sustainable component of like adaptive reuse. I think it's awesome that, you know, you're thinking about this and you're approaching this site in that manner. And so, you know, really that ground plane is super, super crucial. And I think that even you've got, you know, I can kind of see, is it like kiosks that you kind of have in the bays and things like that? So there's a real opportunity for the transparency on this lower floor to kind of engage with this plaza. So when you think about this, if you go over to row DTLA, which is adaptive reuse that was done by Rios Clemente, not far from this site, and they repurposed what is the current food market, and they've made it into a really wonderful outdoor space, and they've done a bunch of adaptive reuses to those buildings. The ground plane in the plaza is the connective tissue that makes this all work, right? It makes it all with the outdoor plazas of where these things are, you know, how people are weaving in and out. So I think that part of your project is really important. And then I'd like to understand how that connective tissue connects to the rest of your master plan. How does that thread make its way back through so that this plaza becomes this invigorated plaza with this food hall and all that on the ground floor? And then how does that become the catalyst that gets people to this site and then moves them out to the rest of the master plan of the site? How has this become that spot? And that, I think that ground plane piece is a really important component for the sort of launching pad, if you will, for the rest of the site. I think that's really important. And I'm sure, and I hope you're feeling better. I'm sure that, you know, that impeded you a bit in being able to either explore it on a grander scale because of that. But I would love to kind of, you know, I'm interested to hear your continuation of those ideas.
Yep, definitely want to explore more of that.
So I've never been to the building, but these that is correct, right? Like these are then loading docks, they're already kind of openings. Because then if, you know, LA has a massive, it's probably the starting point of food truck culture, right? Like the fact that there are festivals that are just about food trucks, right? Like and they happen throughout the city different times of the year. And I feel that, you know, like this could be like your food truck spot, right? Like you already have the infrastructure for that. Totally. And you can just go in and park your truck inside, you know, like if it happens to rain that 2 days a year, you know, like you bring them in, but you can, you know, use this as a hub of connection in food, right? Like it's whole culture can be developed around that. I don't know, that allows for those connections, right? Like it's thinking about how the building spills, right? And how do you provide some sort of infrastructure in the landscape to allow for those connections to happen, right?
Yep, that's a very cool idea.
Thank you. I mean, it makes huge difference if Daniela, if you can visit the site, you know, even once and see inside the building. So that was a challenging part. All right, well, thank you very much for all your comments. So we finish all the students.
Thank you.
All right, Daniela, you wanna stop sharing so I can see everyone's face? All right, well, thank you very much for our critics, but also students who can stay till the end. Like to hear your comments, David Manuel.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to commend you guys for the work. As I mentioned a few times, it's not an easy task to zoom in and out at the scales that you guys are looking at in this project and the amount of time. It's a lot. And I think I was impressed by a lot of the explorations, and you know, being an Angelino myself, it's fun to watch and see these kinds of thoughts being threaded into some, you know, really important dialogues that are going on in the city. You know, I encourage you guys to keep looking back at your projects with the feedback. I think the feedback is meant to not so much be a critique as much as it's a catalyst for additional ideas and methods for you guys to think of things in a couple of different ways. I know I mean, there's a lot going in, like I said, a lot of different ideas, a lot of, you know, big breadth of ideas and big breadth of scales that you're looking at. And sometimes just kind of producing, you know, to get yourself to this place, you know, you can get a little tunnel vision. So I think that the idea for these critiques and the feedback is a place for you to start to have various perspectives on your ideas, which are only supposed to enhance your ideas and take them further in exploration. So I applaud you all for the really hard work. It was very impressive. So congrats.
Thank you. Emmanuel?
Yeah, I definitely echo that. Thank you for having me. I think, you know, seeing the work of the students has been fascinating. Definitely working at this scale is not easy, especially because you do forget, right? You do forget what the big move used to be. I think that, you know, looking back at the comments or just trying to remember all the comments for the projects, I think that what we see is that we didn't talk much architecture. We didn't talk much about, why do you put this door here? Why do you put this, you know, egress over there? Like it's really about urban moves, right? And that shows a sophistication in terms of, you know, the way that you have done the architecture, which is, you know, very well done. But two, the fact that that there is always a component of giving back to the city and giving back to residents, and that speaks about the kind of you know, architecture being a inherently social discipline, right? So that is something that I would urge you to keep exploring, keep developing a stance and an ideology of how do you relate to people, to city, to street, to, you know, all the different components that make up or build the environment. So fantastic work. I'm excited to see what you guys do in next semesters, and yeah, congrats. Get some rest.
Thank you. Yes, congratulations for students. It has been a long journey where we started. So again, congratulations for that. So it looks like we have bad weather coming. So everyone stay safe. And thanks again, David Emmanuel. All right, bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.